right, we return from our break. We're moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? I don't see any. City Clerk, do I need a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is ordinance number 3965, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, providing for a zone change pursuant to Division 9, Chapter 6, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code from the Hawthorne Boulevard Pacific Coast Highway intersection area sub-district HPCH to the General Commercial District C-2 in conjunction with an amendment to the boundary of the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan, HBCSP, for properties located at 3800, 3801, 3810, 3825, 3830, 3855, 3860, 3880 Pacific Coast Highway, and 24051 and 24055 Nice Avenue. Ordinance number 3966, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 9, Chapter 20, entitled Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations of the City of Torrance Municipal Code. Resolution number 2026-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, establishing the 2026 Statement of Investment Policy in accordance with certain guidelines. Resolution number 2026-41, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, declaring its intention to consider a renewal of a petroleum products pipeline franchise from Torrance Basin Pipeline Company. California, declaring its intention to consider a renewal of a hydrogen pipeline franchise ordinance from Air Products and Chemicals, Inc., and setting the date for a public hearing at which protests or objections may be received. And the last one, resolution number 2026-43, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending City Policy Number 3 as set forth in Torrance Municipal Code sections 12.1.8, 12.4.2, 12.4.5, 22.2.010, 22.2.020, 22.3.070, 22.3.080, and 22.3.110.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety and adopt ordinances numbers 3965 and 3966 and adopt resolutions 2026-40, 2026-41, 2026-42, and 2026-43.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. As we shared earlier, we're pulling item 10B up, the workshop. So now we'll conduct the workshop, item 10B on the agenda. This is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a workshop regarding the Hillside and local coastal overlay zone and state housing legislation, and accept and file the report on Hillside and local coastal overlay zone, Hillside review processes, and state legislation as it applies to the residential development in the overlay. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Your Honor, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a few slides that provides information regarding the Hillside and Coastal Overlay, review processes, and housing legislation. Slide, please. This presentation is organized as follows. First, I'll provide a brief history of the overlay, followed by the development review process in the overlay, information related to housing laws as it relates to the project reviews in the overlay, objective ADU standards, and conclude with information regarding jurisdictions that have been subject to lawsuits, stipulated judgments, and final warnings. Slide, please. The Hillside and Local Coastal Overlay Zone, more commonly known as the Hillside Overlay District, was adopted in 1977 and was intended to provide special protections for properties in areas that have unique topography and deserve special consideration in terms of view, light, air, and privacy. In addition to the overlay, the overlay provides guidelines for development in the coastal zone, which applies to properties west of Palos Verdes Boulevard. All properties west of Palos Verdes Boulevard fall within the coastal zone, but not all fall within the Hillside Overlay District. The original ordinance has evolved from a loose set of guidelines to the current process that provides standards, review criteria, and limitations for hillside and coastal zone developments for residential and commercial developments. The Hillside Overlay District functions as an overlay of the underlying zones, which is mostly single-family zoning, and the development standards of the underlying zones still apply as stated in TMC 91.41.1b and TMC 91.41.2. Slide, please. As demonstrated on this slide, the overlay stretches along the western and southern city boundaries. Properties along the west of Palos Verdes Boulevard also fall in the coastal zone, and certain types of projects require approval by the California Coastal Commission. The maps are available on the website and reflect the various zoning districts within the overlay. As previously mentioned, the predominantly underlying zone is a single-family R1 zone. Slide, please. The development process varies from ministerial permit, which is a by right permit, such as an over-the-counter permit for a re-roof, to a discretionary review process that could involve administrative approval, such as a minor hillside exemption, or a precise plan of development, which involves a hearing. Slide, please. Now, on the screen, I understand it's a little hard to read, and I don't expect you to read it. But the flow chart, this is a flow chart that is available on our website and provides a quick overview of the development review process. Slide, please. The following types of projects can proceed via building permit process if all development standards are met. Minor repairs such as re-roofs, interior remodels, or replacement of mechanical equipment, new construction of in-ground pools, solar panels that are flush mount, ADUs, and SB9 projects. Slide, please. Requests that involve one-story additions under 14 feet in height and resulting in a floor area ratio less than 0.5 can proceed through the minor hillside exemption process. Pools with above-ground water features such as slides or waterfalls proceed through this process as well. The process involves submitting 2 sets of plans to planning staff for review of the applicable development standards and preparation of a letter with a project description that is mailed to potentially affected property owners. If no responses are received, the project is allowed to proceed to building plan check for permits. If a response is received that indicates a potential impact to view, light, air, or privacy, staff coordinates site visits, and prepares a staff report for approval with conditions, or denial that is signed by the Community Development Director. This decision can be appealed to the Planning Commission. Slide, please. Projects involving construction of additions over 14 feet in height, a new 2-story single-family residence, or additions resulting in a floor area ratio greater than 0.5 are required to go through the precise plan process. In order to recommend approval of a project, applicable findings must be made, such as not having an adverse impact to view, light, air, and privacy, that the design provides an orderly and attractive development, that denial would result in an unreasonable hardship, etc. These findings are typically made based on property constraints such as slope, topography, and lot size. Slide, please. There are several factors for consideration when evaluating projects, and each project must be analyzed on its own merit. For instance, staff verifies that the proposed residence complies with the development standards of the underlying zone. As previously mentioned, it's predominantly R1. For heights, setbacks, lot coverage, floor area ratio, etc. Staff further verifies the proposed structure, heights, and roof design with the silhouette certification and visits the site. Staff walks the site and makes an attempt to contact adjacent neighbors and leaves business cards if no contact was made. If concerns are raised by neighbors, staff evaluates the potential impacts from the affected areas and takes photographs. Potentially significant adverse impacts are discussed with the applicant and encourages them to work with their neighbors to redesign prior to the hearing. Slide, please. Recent state housing legislation has impacted how residential projects in the overlay are reviewed and approved. ADUs and junior ADUs legislation has mandated that these types of units must be reviewed and approved over a building permit with no discretionary review process. The reviews are limited to objective design standards such as height, setbacks, living areas, etc. Torrance, along with other charter cities, were previously successful in challenging SB 9, but new legislation took effect in 2025 that made SB 9 applicable to all cities, including Torrance. SB 9 allows for 2-unit developments on single-family lots as well as subdivisions of single-family lots into 2. Staff was recently made aware that another jurisdiction had notification requirements for approved SB 9 projects similar to Torrance, and HCD effectively nullified that requirement. The Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, is a complex and was originally intended to limit local jurisdictions' ability to deny or make residential projects infeasible by reducing density of the project. Over the years, the HAA has been amended and requires projects to be reviewed under objective development standards, clarifies what a residential project is, and levies fines on cities that are found to be in violation of the Act. The Housing Crisis Act, or HCA, is intended to vest or lock in development standards at time of project submittal or preliminary application submittal. The HCA also restricts local jurisdictions from downzoning or placing moratoriums on housing until January 1st, 2030. Reductions in allowable densities, reduction of heights, increases to setbacks, or open space requirements are considered downzoning. Slide, please. Due to this housing legislation, qualifying types of residential projects must be reviewed under objective design standards. Qualifying projects are those that provide more than one residential unit, such as a new residence with an ADU or a JADU in the overlay. Most of the findings that are provided within the overlay regarding approval of a precise plan, increases in height, and FAR over 0.5 cannot be used to deny a qualifying project as they are subjective. As previously mentioned, the overlay did not eliminate or replace the underlying zone, and those standards are still applicable. Projects involving the construction of a single-family residence are still subject to findings in the overlay. Slide, please. When the city updated the AD ordinance approximately 9 months ago, in response to a letter from HCD, objective development standards were included that applied to ADUs. In the overlay, detached ADUs are limited to 1 story and 16 feet in height, while attached ADUs can be 2 stories and up to 25 feet in height. It should be noted that 1-story ADUs in the overlay can exceed 16 feet and certain provisions are met regarding proximity to public transportation and or to match the roof pitch of the existing primary residence. Attached ADUs are allowed to be up to 2 stories and 25 feet in height. City staff work closely with HCD to develop these existing development standards for ADUs citywide that prohibit balconies, floor-to-ceiling windows, roof decks, and mezzanine levels. Staff recently reached out to HCD to discuss additional development standards regarding opaque or privacy glass to further protect privacy of adjacent properties, and HCD confirmed that those could be allowable development standards for non-exempt ADUs. And I want to clarify that a state-exempt ADU, or as otherwise known as a 66323 unit, are those ADUs that are either converted from existing livable space or accessory structure, or a new detached new construction accessory dwelling unit that does not exceed 4 foot side and rear yard setbacks for a lot with a proposed or existing single-family dwelling. A total floor area of not more than 800 square feet of livable space, and height limitations as provided for in the ADU laws, as I previously mentioned. Slide, please. The various jurisdictions on the screen represent those that have been subject of lawsuits, stipulated judgments, or final warnings by the state to enforce housing legislation. The legal actions primarily target jurisdictions that fail to adopt a compliant housing element, those that block affordable and supportive housing projects, or those that violate the Housing Accountability Act. I won't go into detail of all the cities and their subjects and their statuses, but I can say that we have not seen a jurisdiction be successful in challenging the state over housing laws. As previously mentioned, Torrance and a handful of cities were successful in challenging SB 9, but that victory was short-lived as the state passed SB 450 and made SB 9 apply to all cities, including Torrance. The city of Huntington Beach tried to take their challenge to the U.S. Supreme Court, but they declined to hear the appeal, leaving the lower court ruling in place. As of yesterday, in an article that was published, it stated that the judge ruled that the city should be penalized $10,000 per month going back to January 2025, and then fined $50,000 per month starting next month per SB 1037, until the city gets a compliant housing element approved. The state is not the only one going after jurisdictions that fail to comply with these state housing laws. Various developers and pro-housing advocacy groups have been successful in challenging cities. For example, the city of Culver City was sued by a pro-housing advocacy group for reducing the allowable floor area ratio in their single-family zone from 6.6 to 0.45 and claiming it was a violation of the Housing Crisis Act, and the court sided with the advocacy group. Slide, please. Lastly, the city of Torrance is not immune from receiving these letters from HCD. Shown on the slide are a couple of examples of letters that were received regarding the city's ADU laws and the status of housing element programs. As the city has been responsive, we have not faced any penalties and will continue to address any issues raised by HCD to protect the city and maintain compliant housing element. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. I think just by hearing the public's comments while you're reading, Oscar, first of all, I want to thank you. I'm going to ask the public, we're doing this workshop is for all of us. We're going to try to provide the facts as much as you can. I'm going to take public comments right now, and each of you will have the opportunity to come to the microphone and share 2 minutes. And I ask you, after 2 minutes, the microphone will cut off. I'm letting you know. So if you want to queue up behind the microphone, then please do so. But I ask that, you don't yell from, oh, my bad. The city clerk just said there are a few who signed up first. So she'll call the ones who actually signed up first. Then you can queue up. But what I ask you is please don't yell from your seats, because we can't hear. We just want to be respectful to all the speakers. So that's why I'm asking you. Let's just have a respectful discussion workshop. Okay? City clerk?
Betty Lou?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Betty Lou. My family and I have lived in the Hollywood Riviera area for the last 25 years. Our home is located in the Hillside Overlay Ordinance Zone. I'm passionate, as you know, about defending property rights and have repeatedly spoken at this chamber in defense of Hillside Overlay at prior Planning Commission and City Council meetings. Sacramento is trying to take away the property rights of homeowners to view, light, air, and privacy in order to meet its statewide housing goals. That is wrong. I request the City Council to take 3 actions. First, always enforce the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. This ordinance is what was promised to us to preserve the character and nature of our beautiful community. Second, strengthen the Hillside Overlay Ordinance by putting in more restrictive, objective development and design standards that apply to all structures, including ADUs. As a former Deputy Attorney General at the California Department of Justice, my view is that under current law, cities can still establish and legally enforce objective development standards, such as height limits and step-down requirements. Third, the Hillside Overlay covers areas that are at greater risk for fires that may spin out of control. These areas are narrow streets, we have few exits, and are near trees and other sources for fuel for fires. If you allow overbuilding in these areas, you are increasing the danger to our residents. I ask that you take fire risk into account when
City Clerk, will you just give the names of the next three speakers that
Yes.
signed up so they could queue up?
John Sable, Tom Adams, and Jennifer Adams.
Hello, I'm John Sable. I live in Torrance. All these neighbors that are here. Hello. All these neighbors that are here because that we care deeply about our homes, our community, and the character that defines our neighborhoods. When people buy homes in the Hillside overlay, they do so with a clear understanding that there are rules intended to protect their views, their neighborhood character, and property values. Those protections are part of why these neighborhoods exist in the way that they do today. Residents have invested millions of dollars into their homes here and are based on those expectations. But today, it's clear the ordinance is no longer functioning the way it should, and the protections that we believed existed under the Hillside Overlay Ordinance are no longer functioning as intended. The Hillside Overlay Ordinance needs to be modernized, and it needs to be updated to protect the homeowner's investments and the quality of life. So at the end of this meeting, we are asking for two things. First, that the city begin actively evaluating options to update the Hillside Overlay Ordinance with more objective criteria to better protect the residents. Second, we are asking for a formal community meeting, not just a city council agenda item, with council and staff so residents can engage in real discussion on this issue. Our experience so far.
Sir, your time is up. Your time's up. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Tom Adams, and I live in the Hollywood Riviera. To be clear about why we are here, the Hillside Overlay Ordinance is being bypassed. Right now, projects are being labeled as ADUs to avoid the very protections, like view and character reviews, that this council is supposed to uphold. These projects aren't creating more housing. We want to be clear about something. We're not asking the city to target or stop all ADUs. We know that state law limits what the city can control. Our point is much broader. The Hillside Overlay itself does not have strong enough objective standards. We know that any update to the overlay must apply to all construction to be legally sound at the state level. This is exactly what we want. This is about strengthening the rules for everything: additions, remodels, and ADUs alike. This is exactly our point. This is about strengthening the Hillside Overlay Ordinance so it works for all buildings, including additions, remodels, and accessory structures, and continues to protect our neighborhood. At a previous Planning Commission meeting, we presented a letter to the Commission where over 130 of our neighbors expressed concerns about the state of the current Hillside Overlay Ordinance and associated building approvals. The city needs to do something. Doing nothing is not an option. We also ask that when the Planning Department discusses this issue, it clearly identifies which specific local ordinance is being referenced, rather than shifting between the HOO and ADU ordinances in a way that may create confusion for the public. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Adams. I live in the Lower Hollywood Riviera. We have repeatedly heard city staff say our hands are tied when it comes to protecting our investments, but that is not fully accurate. We understand state law supersedes conflicting local ordinances, but that is not the whole story. Under California Government Code Section 66310 through 66342, which govern ADUs at the state level, cities are allowed to apply objective development standards, like height and setbacks, as long as they don't preclude the construction of an ADU. So Torrance does have the ability to make an effort to protect our properties through the Hillside Overlay Ordinance, even within the bounds of California state law. In addition to changes with the HOO ordinance, there is another area where the Torrance Municipal Code and perhaps the consultation you receive from the Planning Department falls short. Per California Code Section 66321, the state explicitly allows you to limit an attached ADU to 25 feet or the height limit of the local zone, whichever is lower. Torrance Municipal Code does not have this lower of allowance. We aren't even mirroring state language locally. Our ADU Municipal Code has already ceded the modest protections the state law could allow. So to say our hands are tied isn't accurate. We could at least mirror state law. Further clarity around the applicable law is critical. Members of this group have attended several Planning Commission meetings where it appeared that city staff may not be fully aligned on the details or interpretation of these regulations. As a result, we have concerns that our current plan review process has not been accurate or fair and is also more permissive than what is required by the state. We notably have heard one commissioner acknowledge that prior ADU projects within the Hillside Overlay may have been approved based on incomplete or inaccurate information presented at the time. This is alarming, and it means we collectively as a city need to, with sufficient urgency.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
There's only 4 left. I'll read them all.
Okay, those are all the names that folks who signed up. So,
No, we have 4 left.
oh, you got 4 left. Okay, can you read their names, please?
Patty L., Debbie Gearing Fend, Jeffrey Duncan, Sarah McCowan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen, City Council, and staff. My name is Patty Legrillius, and I live on Villalobos Miradores. I've been there for 41 years. Other cities have navigated this while complying with current state law, and they have done so by relying on strong objective development standards. There are other cities that have long maintained objective zoning and hillside standards that apply to all construction, not just ADUs, while Torrance has never had strong objective standards in our hillside ordinance. Other cities' strong objective development standards do not target ADUs specifically. They rely on broader rules that shape how buildings are designed and placed in sensitive hillside areas. Torrance can take that same approach. We also understand the city is concerned about housing element decertification. But recent examples brought up by city staff on why they have to be careful, like the Redondo Beach decertification example, involve entirely different issues, not objective development standards like what we are discussing here. So while we understand the concern, it should not be used as a reason to avoid evaluating options that are allowed under state law. The city staff have even noted that they can call their contacts at the state to run ideas by them to get feedback before proposing them formally. So why hasn't more investigation been done by city staff? And if that investigation is happening, what exactly have they investigated?
Your time is up, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Deborah Gearing Fend, and I'm at 127 Villalobos Miradores. My husband purchased the house back in 1977, and we're still living in this same house. Anyway, we know there are real workable solutions available to help protect hillside properties. Other hillside and coastal communities use objective standards such as upper story setbacks, geometric step-down requirements so property heights go downhill, greater building envelope controls, placement standards, new construction height limits for all new construction, detached structure height limits, which Torrance did recently update and could be further evaluated. We're not necessarily promoting any of these standards, but they are examples for the city to consider. These approaches don't stop development. They shape it in a way that reduces impacts. They apply to all construction and can still work within the ADU law. This is exactly what we're asking you to evaluate. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jeff Dunnikin. I live at 169 Via Monte d'Oro. I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't. We've been sending countless letters. We've been speaking at these hearings. We're asking for help. There's no help. This presentation is just reading code to us. We can read. We know what it says. We're asking you to do something, not fight us. You're fighting us. You're resisting us. You're actively putting up barriers when we're asking for help. We want to protect our home values. We want to protect our investments. There's a lot of money at stake. I suggest everyone go up to Via Monte d'Oro, across from the big Spanish house, the original Hollywood Riviera house, and look at the views that were just decimated by a large ADU because someone wanted to make a little money. So that's real money coming out of someone's retirement. I suggest you take a look at that. Okay? We want answers, help, guidance. What can we do to update the Hillside Overlay Ordinance? There are things we can do. There's nothing in the rule that says you can't update it. State doesn't say you can't update it. Does not give that discretion to the state and say, city, you know what? You can't do anything. You're powerless. But that's what you're telling us. You're powerless. We just want you to do something. We want you to engage us. You're not engaging us. We've been asking and asking and asking. This presentation was a joke. I'm sorry for those that put it together. Thank you for your effort. But this is not what we're asking for. We need help. We need you to sit down with us. We need you to engage with us. And we need you to engage with the state of California on what can be done. Lastly, there needs to be more respect coming from the planning department. Michelle Ramirez sat up here last time we were here in March and laughed at us. It was on camera. Dozens of people here saw it. How dare she? We're trying to engage and get answers and get help, and the planning director is laughing at us.
My name is Sarah McCowan, and I live in the Hollywood Riviera. When I bought my home in 2017, I was told by the selling realtor that I could only expand if I followed the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. I actually loved that and was happy to purchase my home, knowing that my view, as well as light, air, and privacy, would be protected. In 2018, I expanded my home, completely following the ordinance. It was worth all the extra steps, knowing that I would be given the same protection from future expansions around me. We all bought property in the Hillside Overlay because we were granted protection by the city of Torrance to keep our views, light, air, and privacy. Please uphold the ordinance on all expansions. We are seeing you grant more and more exemptions every day. Please update the ordinance, working with Hillside homeowners to close the loopholes that are allowing the city to grant these exemptions. And finally, please make the ADUs in the Hollywood Riviera follow the Hillside Ordinance. Your hands are not completely tied, and there are things you can do to fight back against Sacramento and tighten up the ADU laws in the Hillside to save our neighborhood. We do not want to be the next Hermosa in Manhattan with houses on top of houses and cars lining the streets. The Hollywood Riviera has 4,000 single-family homes in it, and the vast majority wanting to keep the charm and character. This will be done by updating and upholding the Hillside Overlay Ordinance on all expansions. Thank you.
Okay, I think we exhausted those who submitted their names. Now you could queue in. You get 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I'm Lauren Cotner. I live in Torrance. I do not live anymore in the Riviera. Okay, there. Is that better? Yes. I live in District 3, and I am hear about the ADUs that you keep allowing being built. I don't know how many of you live in Torrance that are staff members, but you need to get out and drive the damn streets because there is no parking. Every Tuesday and Monday, they are fighting, literally fighting in the streets, trying to find parking spaces. Secondly, the HCA Act or whatever, the Housing Pricing Act, is all fake. It is not real. I have run the numbers. We do not have, and if you drive through my neighborhood on Amy and Emerald and Garnett, and there are more vacancies than we've ever had. Ever. Than I've seen in the last 15 years. I've been selling real estate for 28 years. I've never seen anything like it. Prices are going up. People can't afford it. They want 3 times the rent. I don't see why you keep allowing them to call them ADUs when they're studio apartments and they're converting garages. You've got to stop. You've got to be able to put some ordinance in there to save our city, because otherwise we're going to be the next Palisades.
Good evening. I am Pam Popovich. I've lived in the Hollywood Riviera since 1957. And I was going through some old papers and newsletters. In 1976, I was the newsletter editor for the Riviera Homeowners Association. And I find there is a precedent for engaging with the Homeowners Association with regard to the Hillside overlay. And I would like to read you from a December 1976 newsletter. The Planning Commission has invited our association to submit guideline suggestions for our area, and the board is encouraging residents to respond to this invitation. So I hope when there is further discussion that the Riviera Homeowners Association, and I know we would all be very happy to participate. And I thank you for my time.
Hi there, my name is Tim Donahue. I'm a homeowner on Monte d'Oro, and as of 2 months ago, I now have a big second-story ADU directly outside of my kitchen and my living room, and some people have mentioned that place. But at any rate, I have read through the state regulations backwards and forwards, and they're very thorough. They really tie the hands of the city in a lot of ways. However, I think there are a number of areas where the city of Torrance should consider putting in some local regulations that do not interfere with the state ADU laws and continue to allow the ADUs to be built as per state law, however, would help homeowners in a lot of different regards. And I'm in touch with Oscar Martinez on this matter right now. We're hoping to work with the HCD as well. Any neighbors who think that they have objective ideas, and that's key objective, that should be considered should feel free to contact me. Some of the areas that I think could be written objectively would be privacy considerations, such as privacy glass when adjacent existing homes' privacy is infringed. My home is a really great example. High sill clerestory windows instead of low windows. Skylights to provide light instead of windows when privacy is infringed. Potentially outdoor light protections. Possibly incentives for ground floor or lower impact ADUs instead of second story. For instance, in the property behind me, there was room on the ground where they could have put something, but they decided to build up. So it is what it is. And the last thing is potentially additional noise limits, especially at night, because the houses are right up against the property line now. And so I think there's a lot of things that could be done. I like to encourage the city to take steps to interact with the community and have more of a discussion and see if we can get somewhere that would help us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shira Markovich, and I also live on Via Monte d'Oro behind the new 900 square foot second story ADU being built on Camino de las Colinas. I'm angry that a property developer has been allowed to build a second rental space on top of a single family house that's already a rental property, all while negatively impacting permanent residents in a community he doesn't even live in, so that he can make more money. And I am, of course, devastated that the ADU has completely obliterated our view of the Redondo Harbor from our back patio, a place we used to watch the 4th of July fireworks and holiday fireworks with our 3 young daughters. But I also understand that the state has enacted laws reflecting policy decisions that I, and maybe you, do not agree with. I am not asking you to take on the state, but I am asking you to mitigate the harms to the residents that you represent with the power that you have. For example, the new ADU has windows that look directly into our family room and our bedrooms. When I asked the City Planning Division to require the new ADU windows be frosted to ensure whomever rents that property cannot watch my children as they live their lives in their own home, the response was the equivalent of a shruggy emoji. But the state ADU laws say nothing about strategic window placement or privacy glass or any other objective design elements that would minimize the invasion of privacy and view impact to neighbors. You have the power to enact and enforce little things that can make a world of difference as we all attempt to navigate and live with these new laws. Please use the power that you have. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Rosen, and I'm reading on a statement on behalf of Matthew Haskins, who's unable to attend. He owns a condo at 163 Paseo de la Concha. I want to emphasize the importance of addressing vegetation obstruction in conjunction with structural and ADU additions when considering enforcement of the city's view equity ordinance. The buildings at 157 and 163 Paseo de la Concha provides a clear example of why vegetation must be included. On March 6, 2007, the City Council voted unanimously 7-0 to deny a proposed second-story addition at 336 Paseo de la Playa. At the time, both 336 and 332 Paseo de la Playa had submitted applications for additions that would have significantly obstructed the whitewater ocean views, impacting at least 5 units at both 163 and 157. The proposed additions were denied, but the response from the homeowners at 336 and 332 was to plant trees directly within the affected view corridors. Those trees have grown substantially and now obstruct the majority of the same views the city acted to protect. I'm asking the council to implement a solution similar to the approach used by the city of Laguna Beach, which allows property owners to formally document and preserve protected views through photographs maintained in city records. If vegetation later obstructs a certain percentage of that documented view, the city provides a formal process for view restoration, including enforcement through nuisance abatement procedures. Please consider a similar framework that establishes clear standards regarding vegetation-related view obstruction and provides an enforceable city-led resolution process. Torrance's current process for vegetation disputes lacks enforcement. For impacted homeowners, it means pursuing litigation, which is often financially unrealistic, even when views have been materially and unfairly impacted. I would request that any updated vegetation standards and enforcement mechanisms be applied retroactively to 2003, consistent with the current view equity ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Harley. I live in the Riviera. I'm here to discuss the Hillside overlay ordinances. In recent meetings, in this meeting, we've heard many Hillside residents share concerns about lack of enforcement of our ordinances. Some have neighbors building mansions, blocking their views, taking away their light, air, privacy, things that supposedly were protected. The Planning Commission seems powerless to protect residents from this. State laws are overriding most of our local control and protections that we all signed up for when we invested in homes in our area, in this area years ago. I'm not against granny flats, just against these ADU laws that step on our other rights. We need to act now to fight back. City Council, Planning Commission, legal team, residents, here's what we can do. Number one, take legal action against the unlawful state building codes that deprive our rights under the California Constitution for, quote, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy, unquote. 2, rewrite the laws. There's a 2028 state ballot initiative to amend state laws from an organization called Our Neighborhood Voices. And this group has weekly Zoom meetings on Wednesdays, and anyone can join. Go to the website, ourneighborhoodvoices.com, for more info. This effort has widespread statewide support for many communities like ours. Number 3, vote in representatives for state assembly that support shutting down the one-size-fits-all approach from Sacramento, including SB 79, which allows 5-story multi-unit monstrosities to be built in single-family home areas within half mile of a bus.
Your time is up, sir.
Greetings again to Council and Mayor Chen and City staff. My name is Addison Ross, and while I am also a third-generation Torrance resident, I am also a fifth-generation LA County resident. The reason I am speaking today is on behalf of strengthening the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. I truly believe there is more that can be done, and I'm curious as to why more isn't being done. Why, for example, is Michelle Ramirez, our planning director, approving all these projects despite the fact that she is from Cerritos and does not have roots in this community? Why, for example, is Mayor Chen, who is approving all of these ADU constructions, been endorsed by the mayor of Cerritos? Follow the money, as many people have said. What is going on between the city of Cerritos and the city of Torrance that is leading to all these EDU constructions? Moving on to why I believe the Hillside Ordinance is important. I'd like to follow back to what Miss Liu said with the fire risks. My mom spent her entire childhood on Via Linda Vista, and if you go down that street, you'll know it's a very narrow street with no sidewalk. What if a fire did break out on that street? How would people evacuate? What if there was car-to-car traffic? There are many things that haven't been addressed, and I truly believe they aren't being addressed because the city because the city council and city staff would rather accept money from ADU constructions and from people building ADUs than from the actual residents that have roots here. I have roots here. Many of the people in this room have roots here. And truly, I believe that this is a consequence of YIMBYism and YIMBYism's lack of acknowledgement for local voices. I would love to live in Torrance. I would love to continue living in Torrance, but I don't know if I will be able to because of how expensive it is. However, I would rather live in Torrance. I think it would be better for people.
Your time is up, sir.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Chen. My name is Libby Spatz. I live at 5401 Paseo de Pablo, and I am also here to urge you to please update the Hillside Overlay with the language that we all believe could be helpful towards giving an even application of standards to all buildings that are going up across the Riviera in the Hillside Overlay. I would like to remind council that we were looking at tasking the Planning Commission with updating the Hillside Overlay. Chair Kartsonis did a request to please to give him instructions to update the Hillside Overlay. We also have got some precedent, I believe, where we developed an entire new overlay for the religious properties across Torrance, where we imposed guidelines in how those buildings might be converted to different buildings for residents. So if we can make a new overlay with guidelines, we can update our existing overlay and bring that current. There's a will, there's a way. I think also because now we've got the presentation that Ms. Ramirez group put together, one of the first steps towards success, I think, is understanding your challenges. We know the challenges. We have a lot of expertise in this room who have brought up points where we can look and explore, put together a brain trust of people who have the expertise to bring the solutions together. We've been talking about this for years, so let's look at solutions and not how our hands are tied and how we stay the status quo. I think you've seen the passion and the investment that people have made into this campaign. Let's get some action items. We're all here. We're ready. Let us help.
My name is Kurt Antonias. We are longtime residents of Hollywood Riviera. My concern is that some of the criteria that the Planning Commission uses in providing and giving exemptions. I have personal experience of them coming and doing a house visit and looking at the view that they were evaluating. They said, oh, it just took a little part of your ocean view. Not, you've got a big ocean view, but they took a little part. My concern and my fellow residents' concerns are you take a little bit of my ocean view and you take a little bit of my city view and you take a little bit of the Palos Verdes view. Not a big piece, just a little piece, but it's death by a thousand knives. And I bought this house with a great, great view, and we're determined to preserve that view. And we appreciate you reviewing some of the criteria that the Planning Commission uses in evaluating the amount of view impairment. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm last. Oh, no, good. Okay. I just want to say something really quick. I grew up in the Riviera as well. My parents have been there since the 70s. I would really like each one of you to please take the time to drive to 342 Camino de las Colinas. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Please drive, look at what's going on, and then the Monte de Oro, people that were speaking, then go in front of their house and go, holy crap, what did we do? If you guys could do that, I would appreciate it, because again, I grew up in the Riviera as well. And you just need to see it, because just reading is nothing. Drive and go, oh my gosh.
Hello. My name's Alex Ross, proud Torrance resident, proud owner of this snazzy jacket, proud teacher on special assignment for Torrance Unified, proud father of a son who's speaking his truth. I'll be quick. These fine folks here did speak to a land use lawyer who agreed with them that the city can, in fact, strengthen the Hillside Overlay Ordinance language, even within current state law. And so they're asking that you consider that, and you stand behind it, and you make some change. So I'm speaking on behalf of friends, neighbors, etc. So do what you're supposed to do.
My name is Joan Davidson, and I want to thank former Councilman Mike Griffiths, who started California Cities for Local Control. You all should go to his website, become part of it, and you guys should too. Thank you.
My name is Tom. My stage name is Ted. I've been living in Torrance on Bluff for more than 25 years. Have a phenomenal view. At least I like it. I think you should listen to these people. My neighbors. One thing that maybe Danny Santana or somebody else like that should take into consideration is your sound system out here. You need to adjust it. The sound seems to be coming from this side of the room. I ran my dB meter on this. It's not coming from that side of the room. You should up the volume when people are making comments, okay, from the community. There's no reason to have it sucked way down. But you can make the changes. You as a city council can make the changes, can advocate for the changes, help the community. Maybe what needs to happen, and I'm getting into dangerous territory, I know, is wait until after the election. Then you can start off with a clear head. Maybe get rid of some people, bring in new people, some new juice, people who care about the community, whose hands aren't tied. Thank you.
My name's Maya Bell, and I live in the Hollywood Riviera. And I wasn't planning on sharing, but we're going to remodel our house, and we're trying to work with all the neighbors to do that. And we've had meetings with contractors, and 3 of them have suggested we do an ADU so we can go up. And I'm telling you, you do an ADU and then you reconnect the doors, and it's not an ADU. It's your home, and you have more space, and it's really not fair to people, and we won't do it. But I just wanted to share that because that's what's really happening.
Hello, my name is Vivian Lum, and I live in the Hollywood Riviera as well. I think that when talking to the Housing Commission, should be noted that SB 9 was meant to address a housing density issue, meaning we are trying to house more people. The ADUs that are happening in the Hillside overlay are not housing more people. As Maya just mentioned, it is housing the same single person with more square footage. That is not the point of SB 9. It is not the point of why they are trying to enforce these regulations. And therefore, our Hillside overlay would still be consistent with the spirit of SB 9. And I think that's an important point to make to them. Thank you.
I signed in. I think most of these other people signed in for some reason. We were told now that we didn't sign in, but here we are. Now,
Keep talking, sir.
oh, that's all right. That's all right. That's right. All right. Yes, they're off. Okay. Let me know when you restart the
No,
timer.
you
would
start when
please?
you got up there, sir. Keep going.
Yeah, but I gave them that. All right. All right. That's probably typical here, unfortunately. Yes. Some time ago, the presentation by Michelle, yes, and her staff was typical of what they've done. I asked some time ago for the Planning Commission to hold a hearing to receive input as to what could be done. Michelle Ramirez and her staff instead presented their views as to what the rules are, or really what the rules are that they want to have. They did not allow such a thing. We got the same problem here. I submitted to you, among other things, the choice. And that's the simple way to the council can enact at the moment to protect us and keep possibilities and options open. And that is to, one, remove the precise plan from the ordinance. The precise plan is not precise, violates state law. But if you change that and say, okay, you can have only structures that are 1 story and don't exceed, it's either 14 or 18 feet, it'll comply with state law, and you can at least save the place until you've had time to have proper hearings. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Schrader. I live at 346 Camino de las Colinas. If that address sounds somewhat familiar, it's right next door to 342 Camino de las Colinas. I think that this ADU thing, and this is a good example, it's being abused. I've lived in this house for 31 years. The guy that owns it does not live there. He is, and when he was starting to do this, he sent me a text and I said, well, it doesn't affect me, but what about the guy behind? It's going to take his whole view. Well, it was a really hard decision. He has been working on this for as long as I've lived in that house, trying to add a second floor. I don't believe that's an ADU any more than I believe pigs can fly. I think what's going to happen here is it will be finished, inspected, and suddenly, gee, there's an interior staircase that goes up to the second floor. They could have put the thing in the back of the lot up against the fence on the ground floor if you truly want to get another unit for somebody to live in. But they didn't do that because they built it for the view. That's why they did it. And if we can watch this go on and just say, well, we can't do anything. Well, then what do we need all this for? If you can't do anything, then why are we here? I mean, it's obviously an abuse of this whole thing, and nobody cares. And nobody goes back to check to see, is it actually an ADU?
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Please step up to the microphone.
I'll make this really short. An election's coming up, and I'm asking all my friends, who do we vote for? What's going on? Is there a way to find out what each of you believe in, and will you stand with us so we kind of know who to lean towards? Because right now I really don't know. And I say that with respect.
Anyone else who wish to speak who hasn't spoken yet?
Hello, my name's Alex Morehouse. I've lived in the Riviera for 27 years, and on the map that was provided for us earlier, I believe there are 3 streets in the Riviera that are not included, and I would like to propose that we, when we're looking at everything, consider adding those 3 streets into the new guidelines, because even though those 3 streets might not have an ocean view, they still have light, they have privacy, they might have a view of Palos Verdes on the backside of their homes. And so I don't know if it's ever been brought up before, but it would be nice to have those streets added to consideration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Markovich. I'm the guy that lives behind what he was talking about. That's completely blocking my whole ocean view of the harbor. My wife talked about it, and I know Miss Manners came up and said, come take a look. My front door is always open. You can come 5 days a week and catch me outside with my kids that my wife talked about, playing in our driveway, enjoying our home. Come take a look at how bad the view is now. It's pretty impossible to imagine how this just got passed. We did our construction in 2018. We went door to door asking our neighbors to approve it. Some did, some didn't. I made enemies, I made friends. But I did it the right way that the Hillside overlay made us do it. And I paid a lot of money to do it, and I paid a lot of money for the construction, all beside me. But come take a look. I invite any of you. We invited all of you when we did our construction before, the Planning Commission, the City Council, everybody. You guys came up and down our street and took a look. Do it now. See how bad these things are really affecting the people that live in your town.
My name is Marguerite, and I live in the Riviera. I do not have a view, but I support everyone here. I think you should not only drive by Colinas, but you should drive by the despicable house that's going up on Via Alameda.
Yes. That one.
And Granada. Yes. Talk about ADUs, talk about space, talk about more than you need. They're ugly, they don't belong in our community, and you are allowing it. You need to support the city that you have chosen to be a part of. That is part of your job, it's part of your oath, and I urge you to drive around the community as everyone is asking you to do.
Just want to give you some more time if anyone else wishes to speak.
I live at 285 Via Linda Vista. I want to thank you for the time today, and I'd like to add one more property to your consideration. Take a look at the second story, 671 Pele Miramar, and you'll see one more example of what you're approving, what the city planner just keeps rolling with. And the reason that all these people are thinking that you're not competent to do your jobs and question your integrity is because you allow it. You allow the character of our neighborhood to be degraded, and you don't take the time to go, except one councilman did come to my house when I had that opportunity, but staff doesn't come out and do anything real. You sent like some child to my house The guy was like 20 years old, didn't know anything about construction, didn't know anything about privacy, didn't know anything about light or space or air. You know, the process is lacking. There is no real process. You have a pretend process. It's an amorphous, it's a fantasy world that you're living in because you just make this shit up as you go. You really do. There's no precedent. There's no organized structure. There's no proper appeal. The notice process, it's pointless. You say you're going to give people the opportunity to do this, and we all come here and we spend our time, and you just do whatever you want to do. I don't see how that respects the residents, your constituents, the people that pay your salaries. How exactly does that work? And you want us to go along with it, I think you need to take a look again at 671 Cali Miramar and just think about it.
I feel compelled to say something also. I've been a resident of the Riviera since 1999 and also have been a real estate agent in the Riviera since 2000 and have told countless numbers of buyers, don't you worry, we've got the hillside overlay, your view will not be impacted. But I've also instructed them, while your view might not be impacted, when you come to build, you're going to have to follow these criteria and not do that to somebody else either. And I think that's a sense of comfort for many people. And it's really sad that I've seen these projects go up. I knocked on the door of the people on Monte d'Oro, Tim and Don, because I was so disgusted by the house on Camino de las Colinas that you guys let put up a second story. I just knocked on the door because I was like, I just have to see this. Would you guys mind if I look? I can't believe this is even happening. And then it's like extortion between him and this guy who's building this place, just trying to beg him to put in some opaque windows so it doesn't look directly into his kitchen, living room, and dining room, the space he would be in every day. And then the people up on Granada who've been there for 26 years who had their equity stolen from them. They've lived there forever. They've had view. They've had privacy. And this 1948 garage in the back with no proper setbacks now has like a 1,000 square foot ADU on the second floor, literally looking right over their backyard. It's despicable what's going on. And I really hope that we can get something solved here. It's sad to see everyone too with their backs to us while we're talking to them. It's so rude. So I'm just suggesting maybe you guys could look at us while we talk to you. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. I just want to make sure I give you all enough chances before we have the council ask questions, or staff may want to respond to some of the items that's been brought up. We heard you. You know, this is the way the seat's set up. Maybe in the future we have to look at how to change some of these. Yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, if
Yes.
I may, Adam Torrance, City Manager. Before we proceed, I just want to share my thanks and appreciation to our staff for all their work. And I realize there's tempers, there's a lot of emotion in the audience. Just want to reassure the community, I am turning to you folks, that we will take direction from council and will proceed under the laws with support of our city attorneys. And we do look forward to continued collaboration and discussion. As it's been said before at this dais, we are subject to the laws set forth by Sacramento, and that's not a cop-out. Well, let's wait. But
Folks, let them speak,
as folks
please.
have said before, continued advocacy by this council and the community is appreciated. And we look forward to a meaningful conversation. And I ask that we please respect the staff and the council and each other moving forward with this conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Hey, folks, please don't yell from the audience. We heard you. If you want, I mean, I'm giving you plenty of chance to speak. All right, let's just be respectful, please. Okay. First of all, I want to see if the staff want to clarify anything before the council members they've clicked in to ask questions, because otherwise, the information may get lost because. The city council may ask the same questions. Anyone from the staff want to clarify or respond to any items that's come up so far?
Your Honor, Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. So just to address the height, I do want to mention that, again, we are complying with the state, but also as far as the height limits, again, as the overlay is an overlay, the underlying height limits apply. Now, we did apply a 25-foot height limit, which the underlying zone allows for 27 feet height. So we are more restrictive as allowed by the state in terms of the height there. Now, again, for one-story ADUs, there are provisions in the state that do allow them to exceed the height limit of 16 feet. And again, those qualifiers are if they're adjacent to a high-quality transit corridor, if they're adjacent to within proximity of a bus stop or public transit, and also that allows them to go up to 18 feet. And there's also qualifiers to allow them to go up to 20 feet. Now those heights have to be respective. The city has to comply with the state requirements in those terms. So we are as restrictive as we can be within the laws of the state.
Anything else before we ask the council to start asking questions?
Yeah, and regarding objective standards, again, as mentioned previously, we did incorporate no clear story full height clear story windows, no balconies. We do require ADUs to have different materials, augmented materials, so it's not just a box or anything like that. But again, there are the state exempt ADU, which are those ADUs that are less than 800 square feet, detached. Those do not have to abide by those development standards. Those are the state exempt ADUs, as otherwise known as 66323 units. And again, HCD confirmed those development standards do not apply to those types of units. In speaking to staff, in terms of what types of ADUs are submitted for, it's about a 50-50 split in terms of a state exempt ADU versus ADUs that do comply with the city's ordinances.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the city. I'm going to go to the council members at this moment. I'm sure we'll come back. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for the presentation. Just a couple of things. The Camino de las Colinas ADU that's been referred to several times, it was one of my first site visits as a newly appointed council member back in 2022. I remember that. And I actually have friends that live in that area, and I did several site visits. Matter of fact, one of the speakers, Mr. Buck, I believe, invited me to come to his driveway, and we had some discussions. And several of you have invited me into your home so I could see firsthand what that would be. I remember when the ADU came toward us, the entire council voted it down, so they could not build It was originally bought to us as a renovation to add on to the house, not an ADU. And I remember that we voted that down. We denied it. And then I said, oh, yes, finally, this was a good decision because I believe that your homes should be protected. Your views should be protected. Your air, light, privacy I sat in my friend's backyard and says there's no way that I would enjoy my backyard with someone looking over me when I don't have that right now. Then several weeks later, I found out that they came and applied for an ADU, and we had no choice but to approve it because it was housing set forth by the state of California, and my stomach dropped. And every time I drive through this city that I love and I see another 2-story ADU pop up, it literally makes me sick to my stomach, because that is someone else's privacy that's being infringed. I wouldn't want anybody leaning down on me. So a couple of things. I want to reset the expectation of what this agenda item is tonight. It's a workshop. So when we get to what has to happen in number 2, which is to only accept and file the report that was given to us by staff, we don't want you to walk away thinking that we have accepted and filed that it is what it is. That is not what's happening. We are accepting and filing the report that was presented to us tonight. I do think that the city could arrange to have a community meeting to talk more, because these laws are so confusing and so complex until a lot of people don't realize what the city has done in order to combat this. They don't realize that we did join with other cities in suing the state. They don't realize the steps that we've taken. So I would be a champion for setting up a community meeting. Will help any way that I can to help set that up and get the word out, because I do think it's needed. The other part is, and it got mentioned twice before tonight, is our neighborhood voices. That's one of the other regionally collective groups that is pushing back against the one-size-fits-all requirement of California, which one size does not fit all. And we can see here that it does not fit in Torrance. And then I think the other group that was mentioned was started by our very own former council member Mike Griffiths, which is the California Cities for Local Control. These are these agencies among tons and tons of others that, if you see good ideas, if you see things that are working in other communities, to let us know. And also, as part of that workshop, we also need to be very mindful of what we can do and what we cannot do without losing our housing element. I think we got a notification today that there's a city that's near us that's now being fined by HCD $50,000 a day, I believe it, a month, $50,000 a month for having a non-compliant housing element, and that's from the state of California. So in this community meeting that we have about the Hillside overlay, which I absolutely believe in, because when I do take a drive up there, it literally makes me kind of sick to my stomach that it's like these were generational handed down views that I would like to leave to my kids if I lived there, that now they're looking at a brick wall that may or may not be maintained in 20, 30, 40 years. And so taking that into consideration, I hope that we can schedule something and really lay out from beginning to end the processes, the constraints, what could be done, what absolutely can't be done to keep us in compliance. Because I also, on the other hand, don't want to spend $50,000 a month of taxpayer dollars to comply with losing our housing element. So again, thank you for the report. When you hear us say accept and file, it does not say that we've made any decision on anything. It's just to accept and file the report that we've had here tonight. Thanks.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. So I'm going to build on what Councilmember Lewis said a little bit. I do also believe that we should have a community meeting, but we need to do some work before that meeting. Otherwise, we're going to wind up ending just like we're probably going to end tonight with nothing getting done. So what I would like to suggest is maybe we set up some kind of chat room where people over the next period of time can start submitting their ideas and recommendations to objectively change the standards of the Hillside overlay within the law that works, so that when we do get back together in 30 days or 60 days, whatever that time is, we have something that we can really work on, something concrete that we can really work on. In the meantime, there's a lot of cities, there's a lot of people just like us that are working hard to try to combat these issues, if that's the word you want to use, that are coming down from Sacramento. So we should gather together and work together. I think our neighborhood voices, I know I see a lot of you out there that I've come out and met with you over the last few months. Our neighborhood voices is working on the same thing we are, but it's going to take a lot of resources and a lot of money to challenge Sacramento. And they're trying to get something on the ballot measure to vote in 2028. So let's help support them. And I'm going to ask the city if we can maybe send some kind of letter of support to them as well if we vote on that as a council. I have been to all those houses as well. I even climbed an 8-foot ladder on the house that we were just talking about and saw right down to other people's windows. I voted no the first time, and once again, they did come back with an ADU that we could not stop at the time. So we're not going to solve it tonight, but I do believe we can work together. Thank you to the staff. I want to say that each and every person up here, staff and council included, hear you. We agree with you. We just have to work together to do the best we can. And I want to say that staff has been meeting with each of us recently. I talked to them about addressing, after reading all of SB 9, found some exemptions regarding fire and evacuation. And I went to them and I said, let's start looking at that to see if there's something we can do about the fact that Hillside is up near fire zones that have recently been identified. So I'd like to see if there's anything we can do about that. But then they helped me realize, well, we have that situation throughout the whole city. We have very narrow streets in downtown Torrance. We have very narrow streets in other parts of Torrance. And you have to also think that under some of these laws, a house can be taken down right next to me and multiple units put up right beside me. So we have to look at this more than just what we're talking about tonight. And so that would be my recommendation. If we can open up some kind of electronic chat room, all of us work together, submit your ideas, 30, 60 days, whatever you think is long enough, and then we can get back together in a community meeting. Thank you. You have been heard, I promise.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the staff for bringing this item and educating all of us. And thank you to all of you to address important matter to our community, to you guys. I was in the Planning Commission. I was a chairman to the Planning Commission. I visited literally dozens and dozens of houses to see personally the impact on each and every one of you. Every time there was a Hillside ordinance issue came to the Planning Commission at the time I used to visit. Even at the council, when these things arise, I come and visit the property and understand the pain. And I want you to realize that we do not want overdevelopment. We do not want to kill the characteristics of your neighborhoods. We are with you. We will do everything in our power to raise your concern to the Sacramento and make sure that your voice is heard. And we are willing to do it. By looking at certain ideas, I wanted to pitch in and get the opinion from the staff. But before I do that, there are a lot of great questions were raised today. And I'd like to staff to address some of these comments and maybe help us educate more. Someone said that if we remove the precise plan, we can't eliminate or we can get away with those Hillside, we can protect the Hillside overlay ordinance. can you educate us? Can you tell us, is that a factual statement?
Your Honor and Councilman Sheikh, so I believe the question was regarding removing the precise plan requirement from the hillside overlay. I think we'd have to look into that a little further to see how that would impact it. But part of the other requirement or the other ask from Mr. Buck was to limit the height to 1 story throughout the hillside overlay.
Excuse me, please.
Something like that would need to be analyzed as far as how much development is going to be, how much the potential development is going to be restricted or eliminated from that area, and where can it be accommodated elsewhere in the city. So, so something like that would require a deep analysis. Not sure how much time that would take, but effectively, because of the Housing Crisis Act, we have to identify those other areas where that increased density can be accommodated.
I think this should be our priority, and I understand that a lot of time needed to be done, but I think we should look at those areas.
If I could, Council Member Mayor, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, I think you have to also remember, though, the precise plan is still in place and can still protect the hillside overlay when somebody is not doing an ADU. So if you remove that precise plan, then you're removing that protection for those residents for their light, air, view, privacy in those cases where they're not doing a second unit or an ADU. So just to remember that.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that is the key, that even with removing the precise plan, that will not accomplish what we want to do today. The second, the setback requirements. Will adjustment to the setback make any leverage?
State law states that the setback can be 4 feet, and that is what we have in our ordinance itself, is the 4 feet. So we have the minimum based on state law.
And what is that minimum? 4 feet, I think?
4 feet.
Okay. So it will not make any.
You cannot make it more restrictive than state law.
Yes. Okay. By reading this material that you provided us, it says clearly the denial of a housing development project would have to be because it has a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project is disapproved. So my question is that, hillside overlay, it's a very special area, and most of the streets are really narrow. This section, can we look at and do a study that help us identify certain areas that ADU or anything cannot be built?
Mayor, Councilmember Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, as Planning Manager Martinez stated, it is potentially possible. A study would have to be determined. We'd have to probably look at not just the hillside area, but other areas of the city that also are impacted, that have those small spaces. We would have to do an analysis to determine what units we would be losing in that area, and then where in other districts we would allow the density to go up higher or the FAR to be removed. We cannot just blatantly say we're not going to be doing housing. We have to show where it's going to be made up other places in the city.
But can we amend the hillside overlay ordinance just to address the houses or the areas, the streets, that it really can be dangerous to that?
We would have to do an analysis.
Right. So I think
but the state is going to require that we do that analysis, not just in that area, but we're going to have to take in consideration any other streets in the whole city that are also faced with that.
I mean, I understand, but I think our priority should be hillside overlay area. I understand that it will be impact citywide, but possibly we can get community input and come back with some study that will address possibly amending the hillside overlay portion and ordinance to address those specific areas.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Okay.
I was just going to say that we'd have to have a study by fire, and I did a quick fire and police, and I did a quick check, and they don't believe that they have access issues up there. So we'd have to have a study showing that the state would also have to accept that study. So we can't just say that there's a public health and safety. You have to actually prove it.
Right.
So we'd have to say that the fire engines couldn't get through or police vehicles couldn't get through. We can't just say that there's a public health and safety because HCD will look at that. Like we can't
Absolutely,
just,
and I'm with you. What I'm echoing is that, especially the hillside, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are some areas there are still landslides, right? And if we keep on building more ADUs and allowing those ADUs being built on certain areas, can be catastrophic if we don't stop it. That's why I'm saying the study should be part of the landslide. It should also look into the dangerous, the public health that can be avoided. And I think next time when we come back, we should have this prioritized and make sure we come back with some analysis that give us all these pictures clearly. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking that, hey, just by saying that, we can avoid that. What I'm saying that we should have a study done, including the landslide, the height, setback, anywhere
you'd have to have geotechnical studies saying that the ground wasn't specifically able to hold the houses or the ADUs. So that would require a pretty massive geotechnical study. But like I said, we have houses in the area that there have been some issues in the past, but I don't think it applies hillside wide.
Okay. Well, I think whatever is needed, and I think at this point we should, when we do the study, we should look at all these factors. And I think after some comments, I'd like to address more. Let me hear from my other colleagues, and I come back with more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, and thank you to all the residents impacted in the Hillside overlay for expressing your concerns and also your recommendations. I think for each and every one of you, you face the stark reality that your choice to live in the Hillside overlay, your investment in your home, your improvements, you're now faced with seeing hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in value vaporize when an ADU goes up right next to you and your view is gone forever. When these housing bills hit the assembly and went through the Senate and made their way to the governor's office and he enacted those and signed them into law, we're now, once upon a time, we all lived in a city and in the Hillside overlay where life was fine. The lines were clear. You knew what you could build and what you couldn't, because if there was an impact on you as a neighbor, well, the sticks went up, neighbors weighed in, okay, you're limited to what you can build. That was before all these housing laws pushed by the housing activists, pushed by the YIMBY movement in Sacramento, was foisted and shoved down our throats, and now we're faced with a stark reality of what the real impacts are on each and every one of you. That's not fair. That is wrong. I don't know if they thought about what the knock-on impacts would be on residents like you, but now you're all faced with it, and it hurts. So as we look forward to our next gathering, I want to make sure it's not just us here in a room in an echo chamber. I would like to see the participation of the Office of the Governor, who oversees business consumer services in the housing agency under which housing community development resides. I'd like to see our representatives in Sacramento present. I'd like to see, and we're getting input from other cities, this is like Bambi versus Godzilla. The state attorney general has been empowered to enforce housing laws statewide. And what we're experiencing here is no different than that list of other cities, a lot of coastal cities, a lot of mountain cities who have views, tremendous views. Now for myself, my wife and my family and I, we had the great opportunity to live in the Hillside overlay on Calle de Arboles. And it was a treat for us to take our dog, walk down, and just see the views across Santa Monica Bay. I now live in North Torrance. We don't have those views, but we look back on that experience. And so I understand where you're coming from. And yet, until we can bring those decision makers right here so they can hear directly from all of us that what they passed, just to placate the housing activists who look at all of you as being anti-gentrification, not in my backyard, have low-income people live somewhere else but not where I am. And they thought, well, one size fits all, we're going to allow ADUs statewide, no matter what the consequences are. We now face that. You now face it. And what can we do as a city? I think unless we can, we really have to change and reverse state housing legislation, okay? To empower us at the local level so that we can go to the Hillside overlay. We're not out to violate state law, but at the same time, we want to take care of you you and your families and your grandparents who have made a significant investment in your homes and in Torrance, but are now, we're seeing billions of dollars just being vaporized in front of our eyes. That's wrong. So I would look forward to having another event, but I want to make sure that we have representation from Sacramento, or else it's just us going at each other, and that doesn't solve anything, right? We need to affect change. And now I think it's time for us to push back and take a new look at those housing laws. We know what they're attempting to do, but one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I think we're at a point that I'd like to see us look into some kind of legal outside expert on housing to review our Hillside overlay ordinance and to make legal recommendations that we can do to protect our homes. So if I could ask, with the concurrence of the fellow council members, staff to look into what that might look like, I would appreciate it.
Honorable City Manager, before you council deliberates on direction, if I may recommend, we have a community planning and design committee of the city council. That may be an appropriate avenue to direct further conversation with the community, as well as the direction of the council as far as geotech studies, additional legal consultations. Also, we can set up a dedicated website to congregate all this information, as well as create a portal for residents to submit their comments, which can then be funneled through the Planning and Design Committee. Most likely after the next election, since the makeup of the committee is likely to change. But in the meantime, we can start doing some of the legwork per council direction. Thank you.
Okay. So you want to just hang on to that for a moment? I see two people clicked in. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, folks, for being patient with us. I know this is a long workshop and probably a lot of the stuff that you already heard many times. We are trying to do this differently to where the input that comes from the public is actually, I guess, put into, we'll call it a study, give us some homework. I'm kind of torn on this, by the way, because for the past few years, all of us up here, I can't think of one person that didn't want to protect the Hillside overlay. Not one of us didn't want to fight for local control, and I got to give credit to our former councilman, Mike Griffith. He's definitely spearheaded that effort, and I thank him for that. Now, the issues that we're seeing, and I agree with my fellow council members here that we do need to take I guess we'll call it an in-depth look as to what changes we can do. And when I say I'm torn, I say that for years, we've been saying the same thing, that we need to protect local control. We need to do this. We need to do that. Our hillside overlay, our views are being disrupted. The ADUs coming in. And by the way, I think, I don't know if she's here anymore, but Ms. Kontner mentioned the ADUs that are being added to, now imagine this, an apartment building with carports being eliminated completely, and being transformed into residential units where everybody in that complex gets to park on the street. So that's by state law. We cannot stop them. Now, what do we do there? You know, those are all things that at the state level, they're kind of just really just messing with a lot of these municipalities like ours. We're chartered, so we think that we can come up with our own ordinances. But at the end of the day, you know, I know it sounds like a cop-out when we say our hands are tied. In many cases, they are tied. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't fight back like we have. If our city attorney can maybe chime in to let the people know how many lawsuits we've joined, how many things we've pushed back on it, because I remember countless meetings with even outside counsel talking about the hillside overlay and talking about local control, talking about Sacramento overstepping their boundaries.
The main land use lawsuit that we joined was with several charter cities regarding SB 9, which is known as the lot split ordinance, which we did win. And then the state legislature, as soon as the ruling came in, turned around and adopted SB 450, which just took the ruling, wrote it into the new SB 450, and took away our win. So that's kind of what we're dealing with at the state level, that even when you win, you lose. Because, you know, they have their lawyers up there, too, that just read the judgment and reversed it on us. And then Huntington Beach has taken several of their lawsuits as far as they could. As Oscar said earlier, they took one all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court refused to hear it. So that's why they're now in trouble with their housing element and getting fined $50,000 a month. They're also, at some point, the state will probably impose the builder's remedy, in which case all bets are off and builders can do whatever they want, not worry about local zoning at all. So that's the situation you end up in these situations. So the council has tried to fight back on these sort of situations. It's just even when we were successful, we ended up being unsuccessful. So we won the battle and lost the war.
Thank you, Sullivan. And, you know, just so that the public knows, all of us unanimously fought and continue to fight. So don't think we're just sitting here doing nothing. It may seem like that from the outside, especially when you start seeing these ADUs popping up, but don't think that we're not fighting. Every single one of us, including staff, we're always looking at ways to try to, we'll call it slow the infringement on our rights. And I just want to make you guys know that we're not going to stop fighting, no matter who's up here. I think it's ingrained in our DNA as a city to actually listen to you guys. It may not seem like that way, but we are listening. I'm actually the one that actually called for this workshop because we want to make sure that we have communication and hear from you guys. So I know it's upsetting because there's a lot at stake. You know, for some of us, it's our life savings, our retirements. I think somebody mentioned even extortion. My gosh, I really do believe, you know, $50,000 a month penalty, that is extortion. And they're doing that with many municipalities. And by the way, that's your tax dollars at work, right? So, you know, it's upsetting to me because after 8 years of being up here and listening to many attorneys and staff members tell us all the things we can't do, I wish we had at least one win once in a while, you know. So I do. Again, I appreciate you guys coming out here. Don't give up on us. We won't give up on you. Have patience with staff. We're dealing with a lot of different variables, and one wrong move could really put us in hot water when it comes to, I'm not talking about fines. I'm talking about the builder's remedy. You guys need to look that up because it's scary. I mean, basically a developer can bypass City Hall, completely and go straight to the state and build whatever in the heck they want. So those are the kind of things that we're up against. David and Goliath, Bambi against Godzilla, whatever you want to call it. We're the little guys, and you know, we've tried. We've joined forces with many other municipalities in many different lawsuits that we've joined in on. We've lost each and every one of them except that SB 9 which at the end of the day they just changed the law and we're back to square one. So that's the frustration that we have to deal with and staff has to deal with and you have to deal with because you're the one that have the invested interest in all of this. So please have patience with us and continue the good fight. Don't give up. Speak up. You have your voice. You have your voice, but more importantly, you have your vote. So don't sit this one out. It doesn't matter who you vote for. Do the research. Vote for people that believe in local control. That's where it all boils down to. Municipalities like Torrance should decide the path of Torrance. And when I say Torrance, that means you, not us. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir? Well, we're not, I don't think we're powerless. We just have to keep on fighting and pushing in a different direction. So, nobody's powerless. I mean, if we give up at this point, then what? Then it's just going to be a complete takeover. So,
sir, he's speaking.
Yeah.
This is not public comment.
Yeah, but anyways, we hear you.
We heard you.
We hear you. We know exactly what needs to be done. It's just a matter of all of us doing it together. It's not just us. It's not just staff. It's not just you. We have to work together and pushing in the right direction. Local control is really the main thing that we need to work on because once we have local control, then we got our ability to change our ordinances and do whatever we need to do to protect your views and everything else. And it's not just, again, it's not just you. Apartment buildings, commercial property. I mean, there's a lot of laws out there that are just being pumped on top of us that just put a lot of stress on our infrastructure and everything else. So just know we're all fighting. We're all in this together. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
I know I'm the junior member up here. Been here the least. So the first issue that when I started hearing about housing, and I want to thank you, Director Ramirez. Even when I come out of meetings at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., I've called you and you pick up and you answer my questions. I go to a county meeting where I'm hearing, and I think I'm hearing in between the lines of what a developer's actually saying, and then I call you up to verify that my understanding of the laws are correct and I'm predicting where they're going. And you've always been there to assist me, and I want to thank you. And I know you took a lot of heat this evening, but I know you care a great deal about the city of Torrance, and every conversation I've had with you, I know you care, and I just want to recognize that. When I first started trying to understand this issue, I started looking at the state, and I saw two different things happening that were happening against us. The first was urban legislators who actually hated the single-family way of life, the single-family neighborhood, and I saw a deliberate attack on our communities. The second thing that I saw were developers and the money behind it, and so I was listening to one of the speakers today and hearing about how she was talking about, well, you could do this, or you can do an ADU and we can bypass rules. And I've heard that story many times. I know it's happening out there. And I've sat down with developers and been shocked, even to the point of, this is the land I want to buy. This is what I'm willing to spend. I will do 4 units of moderate income housing, and I don't want to talk about low income or low income, and this is what I'm going to make. I mean, it's been an amazing education these almost 2 years. And so I'm always trying to look for new solutions. And I like how Betty Lou Esquire brought up the fire zone, which Councilmember Kalani has already touched on as well, and wondering what role we have within there to be able to talk about what happened in the Palisades and to see what kind of rules we can get through, what kind of legislation we can get through. And as much as even Assemblymember Elmer Tsuchi has been a great ally, and I am a huge supporter, but even when I was on school board and saw what Sacramento was doing, even in schools, and I remember how I really stung him once when I talked about micromanagement and said, "You're micromanaging us at the local level." You're going to tell me that every school has to start at this time, or you're going to tell me that that recess can no longer be 15 minutes, but you're going to demand every school have 30 minutes. I mean, these are all decisions that parents should be making for their local schools. And it's the same thing with housing, and it's the same thing with parking. Oh my gosh, I'm really glad you brought that up, Councilmember Matucci. The fact that parking is just, they're just crossing it off the list. They don't care where we put our cars. And then we come to street sweeping, where we've enacted street sweeping again. And as our public works director had told in a recent presentation, that we've collected more than an additional ton of debris that we've kept out of the sewers and out of the oceans because of the increase in our street sweeping. But what happens when there's no parking? And that's why, with all of the state candidates who are running in our area, I've gotten to try to know each and every one of them. And I always ask them about local control and their position. And so I know exactly, why I'm supporting who I'm supporting. I don't want to repeat what many of the other council members have said. I am looking forward to the meeting. I know we've had outside counsel talk to us before on housing issues. And it doesn't, I don't know. There are experts, and I feel like that even when we pick experts, the experts get criticized that we picked the wrong expert. So I don't know what the right way is to go about looking at other experts and finding new and creative ways. The one thing that I do see is we have to join together with these other cities. Only together can we increase our voice. And even with state legislators, I have seen those who take the time to read, and other state legislators who just go, "This stack is bigger, so I'm voting this way," even though 100 people sending 100 things versus 1,000 people sending one, and there's, well, this stack is heavier. So again, knowing who we select, whether they sit up on council or sit up in state legislature, or picking who our next governor is going to be. But I really see the need for us to really develop relationships with these other cities that have been affected, and that we have to join together to increase voice. It's the only way I can see is creating coalitions to be able to get through the legislation, or reverse legislation in some cases. And that's kind of what I'm seeing right now as a pathway. But I am looking forward to hearing what new solutions come forward as far as how we can address housing across our city, and come up with a plan citywide. So thank you, Director Ramirez. I know you and your team will work hard on it, as you always do.
Thank you very much. I think maybe I'll just say a few words before I click you in, Councilman Matucci. So I think I could see where we're heading. We're going to be asking staff to do a follow, some kind of community session, and get some experts in here. I think in a similar way that Councilman Gerson was saying, we are part of the League of California Cities, and then so you're talking about, that's a lot of cities for the state of California, when we can advocate for with us, under the assumption that there are a lot of cities in the League of California Cities that are have the similar concerns. Just a few cities down here on this list is we need a little bit more to advocate for policies for local control. So that's another area we can do. For those of you in the audience, I know a lot of times, you know, you don't believe that you're heard. I think many of my colleagues have shared that you have been heard. And I think the last few council meetings, our city clerk has also said that there's opportunities to submit your application to serve on various commissions in the city of Torrance. I encourage you to consider, filing an application to serve on a commission that you believe you could contribute and help us as be our advisors for different issues. And so you could be on the ground floor and helping us making a recommendation for some policies. Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just something came to mind. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that there was an attorney that was consulted, a land use attorney, that may have found a loophole somewhere. I mean, I'd love to, get maybe some correspondence or some guidance from that individual, if they can contact us or contact our city attorney or director. If there is a loophole, I mean, look, the laws are a million out there. So, but if there's an attorney out there that has identified something that we can tap into, then why not? I mean, we're here to talk. So I would, so if we don't know the person's name, but if you guys can let them contact us. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I think we had a motion, but I think that is it still there? Okay, it went upstairs there, kind of.
I'll do it.
It's already in
Well,
there. You don't need to do it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saved it.
I think Councilwoman Kalani has a motion still.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we accept and file the the results of this meeting and our report, but we look at a 5-step plan to try and get our local control back. To one, create some kind of community chat room or a different way to collect all of your great ideas that were shared tonight. To once we have that data, set up a workshop, a community workshop together, to look at the possibility of hiring a legal expert on housing, so we're not just spinning our wheels at every meeting, but that we know what we can do and any if you want to call them loopholes, we can find to strengthen our Hillside overlay ordinance, but also protect some of our other communities like downtown Torrance. And consider supporting our neighborhood voices because they've done a lot of groundwork already. And if we work together, we'll be stronger. And then finally, promise to work together and not put blame because that doesn't get us anywhere. That would be my motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start with item 9A. Okay. All right, we're back from the break, and as I shared earlier, per popular request from the audience there, we're going to go out of order once again, go to item 9B. And now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda item 9B. A recommendation of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director that City Council deny the appeal and adopt resolutions to approve a series of entitlements to allow the construction of a new mixed-use development comprised of 20 senior residential apartments and 1,608 square feet of commercial space on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan Walteria Subdistrict on vacant land described as the east side of Hawthorne Boulevard, approximately 200 feet north of Rolling Hills Road, and determine a categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to guidelines section 15332 and 15351. The appeal will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by staff. Next, a presentation by the appellant with a maximum of 10 minutes. So if the appellant is a group of folks or neighbors, I will group you all within that 10 minutes, okay? Just want to make sure it's clear. You get 10 minutes, but if you're all the appellants, then you all be in that same group. Now, once you speak as an appellant, when I ask for public comments, you will not be part of the public comment. I just want to make sure you got to fit in one group. Let's see. And then subsequently, there will be a presentation by the proponents, and they will have a maximum of 10 minutes as well. And if there is a group that's representing the proponents, you'll be all grouped in that 10 minutes, but you will not speak again as a public comment. Just want to make sure, just choose which group, if you decide to speak, that you're speaking with. And I think here we go. Is there a staff presentation?
I have a disclosure.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot. I'm sure there's a lot of disclosures. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I would like to disclose that I did visit the property more than once. I looked at it from above, from the Hawthorne Boulevard side, and I also went down to, I hope I pronounce it right, Alita Street, and spent time down at Alita Street as well. And I will be making my decision based on everything that's presented to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I do want to make the same disclosures that I did visit the sites for multiple angles and even walked the site as well.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Same as my colleagues, I visited the site both on Hawthorne and Alita while making a decision based on the presentations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you. Same. I did visit the property, but my decision will be based on the material provided to me.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also visited this site, and I'll be making my decision based on the evidence tonight.
And I will be sharing the same disclaimer. I think I see a lot of the residents there. I think I caught them off guard going there with my shorts and flip-flops. But I did see the site from Hawthorne and from the backyards as well. But I'll be making my decisions based on the information shared here tonight. At this point, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, sir, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Yolanda Gomez, Planning Associate, Community Development. Tonight's item is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a mixed-use density bonus project. The appeal specifies 4 issues that will be discussed later in this presentation. Staff's presentation will briefly cover the project location and background, summarize the appeal, discuss staff's review, and conclude with the site plan, elevations, and staff recommendation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project site outlined in blue. The site does not currently have an address as it's located on vacant land and is described as on the east side of Hawthorne Boulevard, approximately 200 feet north of Rolling Hills Road. It is within the Hillside Overlay District and in the Hawthorne Corridor Specific Plan Walteria Subdistrict. The general plan designation is general commercial. The site is bounded by Hawthorne Boulevard to the west, with private properties surrounding the other sides of the property, including commercial, residential, and vacant land. Next slide, please. On April 17, 2024, a scheduled public hearing for this project was not heard, as the applicant requested a continuance to continue to work with the fire department on access issues. The Planning Commission continued the item indefinitely by a roll call vote of 6-0. In the months that ensued, the applicant resolved those issues with the fire department by providing a maximum height of 27 feet at the southeast corner of the building, taken from street grade, so that ladder access would be achievable. Only a small portion of the corner tower element is at 28 feet, which was acceptable by the fire department. The project was rescheduled for November 19, 2025, and the Planning Commission held a public hearing, and after public testimony and deliberation, the Commission voted to continue the item indefinitely by a roll call vote of 3-1 to review perceived safety issues. On December 17, 2025, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and, following public testimony and deliberation, found no safety issues that would prevent the project from moving forward and approved the project by a roll call vote of 4-1. Next slide, please. A timely appeal was filed by several individuals, including the commercial property to the south. The appeal disputes that safety issues persist, that additional conditions should be implemented to address those issues, that California Environmental Quality Act mitigation was not provided, and further challenges whether the project is a Housing Accountability Act project, as it requires discretionary approvals. Next slide, please. Prior to any hearings, city departments reviewed this project's plans and technical studies. Those environmental studies were provided by the applicant's consultants, who are present today and can address any specific environmental concerns. The studies indicated that no mitigation measures would be required. Therefore, staff applied relevant code requirements and conditions of approval to satisfy their specific requirements applicable to the scope of work proposed. Additionally, planning staff reviewed the CEQA Class 32 criteria and determined that the project met those requirements and did not warrant additional environmental studies. It should be noted that some of the additional studies and calculations desired by the appellant are documents that our city typically requests during the plan check process and are not required to be submitted prior to a project's approval at the Planning Commission or City Council level. If this project is approved, staff will review those requisite documents during plan check and require that they meet the standards Torrance requires. Those studies generally include geotechnical, soil studies, grading, excavation details, and calculations, as well as other structural documents. Next slide, please. Staff reviewed the project under the Class 32 infill development exemption. As such, staff would like to identify the 5 criteria. A, the project is consistent with the general plan designation and zoning. B, the project is located within the city of Torrance and consists of an approximate 0.57 acre combined property of 7 parcels and is surrounded by urban uses. This is below the 5 acre maximum limitation for this exemption. C, the project site is not a habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. D, technical studies were conducted in coordination with city staff. The studies demonstrated no significant traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality impacts, and are therefore exempt from detailed analysis as they are at or below any thresholds. E, the project site is serviced by existing utilities and public services. Infrastructure exists in the vicinity. Connecting to it is part and parcel of a project's requirements. In accordance with the guidelines for the implementation of CEQA, an infill development project that is found to meet the cited criteria is categorically exempt and no additional environmental review is required. Therefore, staff determined the project qualifies for the Class 32 exemption and no further environmental review is required. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall site layout and building footprint at the first floor level. The combined parcels produce a narrow and irregularly shaped building pad area. The project includes 20 units, including 1 affordable unit with internal courtyards, landscaping, and parking below street level. 20 parking spaces are provided for the residents and 5 parking spaces are provided for the commercial component. Vehicle access is provided from Hawthorne Boulevard via private driveway. While the applicant applied for a density bonus project, they are not asking to exceed the permitted density, but applied for it in order to use the state's concessions and waivers. The project also qualifies as a Housing Accountability Act project, which limits the review of the project to only objective development standards. One of the development standards that the state requires local governments to seed is shared parking. Therefore, the residents' guests will be permitted to park in the commercial parking spaces, and staff has provided a condition of approval that those spaces be signed to that effect. At the first level, 9 apartments line the east and south portions of the property, and the commercial space fronts on Hawthorne Boulevard. An amenity space is shown near the southwest corner of the property. The second level of living space is almost identical, showing 11 apartments stacked above the first floor's apartments and above the commercial space, was a secondary amenity space. No commercial component is proposed on the second floor. The garage level provides the required parking for the project, storage, including bike storage, trash rooms, and mechanical rooms. Next slide, please. These elevations show the building height, massing, and architectural articulation. The design provides contemporary design elements and is consistent with the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan and includes modulation to reduce perceived scale along street frontages. The top elevation reflects the south elevation, which would face the commercial property to the south. The bottom elevation is the west elevation, showing the view from Hawthorne Boulevard. Next slide, please. This slide includes the other elevations, with the bottom elevation being the east view, which would face the residents on the south side of Alita Drive. The top elevations reflect the north and northeast elevation views, which would also be visible from the residents on both sides of Alita Drive. As the residential properties to the north and east are at a significantly lower elevation than the subject site, the perceived height is further exaggerated from these residential homes. However, staff notes that the proposed height is within the limits of the zoning. Perceived height and massing is not a standard that is considered objective and may not be reviewed for this HAA project. Additionally, hillside overlay impacts related to view, light, air, and privacy are also considered subjective standards, and while impacts to that criteria were observed by staff, the state does not permit us to include those findings in our recommendation for this HAA project. Next slide, please. Based on the analysis provided in your packets, the Planning Commission and Community Development Director recommend that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval, affirm the Class 32 infill development exemption, and adopt the 4 resolutions to approve the project. Next slide, please. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, this concludes staff's presentation. We're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a presentation by the appellant? You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, honorable members of the Torrance City Council. My name is Dave Brandt. My wife Elaine and I live at 3614 Alita Drive in Torrance Hillside Overlay District. Our home is adjacent to the proposed project. Thank you for visiting the site in person to assess the proposed development. Slide 1 is my introduction. A project silhouette needs to be completed and corrections made. The proposed driveway is unsafe. The massive project will severely impact adjacent residents and their properties. There are many unresolved safety issues, and the developer's technical reports are not complete. Slide 2, incomplete silhouette. The silhouette pole tops are 50 feet above the adjacent residential pads. One tall pole location needs to be adjusted, and the silhouette outline of the 7 large open garage vents close to my neighbor's property line is still missing. Future senior residents should be made aware that persistent landfill hazardous organic vapors are periodically detected by our 3 organic vapor sensors and nasal scent. Vapor barriers placed under concrete slabs to protect residents can leak or fail within weeks after installation. The important landfill hazardous vapor liquid monitoring well M63B on the property will be plugged and capped. Slide 3. Project hazardous driveway. This slide shows a potentially hazardous, steep, tight, hairpin U-turn driveway into the garage having very limited parking. Senior residents, large automobiles, emergency vehicles will have difficulty entering the garage, possibly forcing them to back out into busy Hawthorne Boulevard traffic. Slide 4. Project impacts on residential neighbors. This slide summarizes the many severe impacts the proposed massive project will have on neighboring residential properties. There will be noise from the garage vents, loss of privacy and security due to elevated walkways and patios, spillover nighttime illumination, solar and airflow blockage, and so on. There are many more, but these are the key ones. Slide 5, summary of the most serious impacts. My final slide summarizes many unfavorable, serious impacts the project will have on the environment, senior residents' health and safety, traffic flow on Hawthorne Boulevard, and neighboring R1 residents' health, safety, and security. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Now I'd like to introduce our highly experienced technical consultant, Alan Regg, who will address many critical issues in detail. Thank you.
Thank you for putting the time up. Can I give my presentation, please? Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Alan Rigg. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding the project. I'll focus on objective, fact-based issues with the current proposal and significant impacts which will allow you to deny the project tonight. Unfortunately, these concerns weren't brought up to the Planning Commission. If you look at their tape, look at their minutes, they wanted to deny this. Tonight, you're going to have the tools to actually deny it. Next slide, please. Briefly, by way of introduction, I've been a planning director, I've been a public works director, city engineer for many cities for many years, and an expert witness, very experienced in these matters. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge the council's leadership. Tonight, you got beat up, but I think you're going to end up doing the right thing as hard as it is with state laws. You've worked hard to balance housing needs with protection of established neighborhoods and quality of life, and that balance is important, not easy. Next slide, please. Our concern is that with this project, as designed, does not reflect that balance. It introduces a scale and configuration that significantly impacts the adjacent neighborhood. It's not consistent with other developments you've supported. Next slide, please. This is not about subjective concerns. There are clear objective reasons to evaluate this project and to deny it. In my 35 years working in local government, this is the most deniable project I've ever seen. I'll focus on the objective reasons for that. Next slide, please. As discussed in the Planning Commission, any decision must be based on objective standards tied to public health, safety, and welfare. What I'm presenting tonight provides many reasons why the project must be denied. Next slide, please. We've found 14 objective reasons in 3 categories: design flaws, technical study deficiencies, and incomplete design. These are severe gaps in safety, feasibility, and compliance. Next slide, please. One significant issue, as Dave mentioned, is the driveway. The center line is up 20%, while portions on the interior are over 50%. This creates real safety concerns. Vehicles may bottom out, lose traction, and pedestrian use is not feasible. In my professional opinion, it does not meet accepted engineering standards. It cannot be built as proposed, and any changes would significantly impact the building. Next slide, please. This diagram illustrates that condition. On the inside, it shows a 50%. Next slide, please. There are 4 key design issues. A sewer connection that does not have legal authority to run where it's proposed, a loading area and trash enclosure in the same space, a non-standard angle driveway approach, and removal of a guardrail with supporting analysis, which is an incredibly dangerous condition which you can't allow. Next slide, please. These different exhibits illustrate those. This shows the easement to the benefit of the city of Torrance, not to a property owner. Next slide, please. In this one, it shows the loading and trash areas in the same location, which functionally you absolutely can't have those. This is an error and can't happen. Next slide, please. The driveway angle makes turning movements impossible. That's over a 90-degree turn, which isn't standard. Next slide, please. The guardrail removal lacks justification or replacement protection. It was installed due to the geometry of Hawthorne Boulevard and the speeds on it, which I'm sure have increased over the years and increased the need for it. Removal will put the residents down below at significant danger. The guardrail is being removed and replaced with a driveway entrance without any safety considerations. Next slide, please. Noncompliance with the soils report is incredibly significant. They're going up against the property line with surcharge above, which isn't allowed per the grading report. Next slide, please. The sewer capacity study assumes an 8-inch pipe, but in the data provided to us from the city, the county says it's actually 7.5-inch pipe. When the additional flows are added, there's not capacity, and also doesn't incorporate any wet weather flows which would overflow it. Next slide, please. The traffic and hydrology, the study's incomplete on the traffic and the hydrology report. Literally on the front page says it's for a townhome project, not even close to what this project is. Next slide, please. We also have the loading area, as I mentioned, is conflicting with the trash yard. The trash room isn't properly designed, and also there's no location for the transformer, just lots of information on where it can't be. And we know that it needs to be someplace. Next slide, please. The driveway accessibility, it's not possible to get down it. Next slide, please. Here you can see the slide that Dave put together, the incredible angle that trucks will not be able to make. It kicks it down the road as a condition of approval to study the driveway. It's a critical design issue. It needs to be resolved before the project gets approved. Next slide, please. The parking and shared and use concern. Next slide, please. And finally, we've given you 14 reasons. You've spoken to the public before where you don't have the ability to deny a project. You don't have the ability in the Hillside overlay to deny those projects. You have the ability to deny this one. We've given you the reasons. Planning Commission didn't have them. They wanted to deny this. You have the reasons. Please deny it.
All right. Good evening. I'm Jeff Lewis. I'm Litigation and Land Use Counsel for the appellants. I just heard all 7 of you in the prior matter say you want to help your residents and find ways to get out of Sacramento's thumb in terms of looking for objective criteria to deny projects. I'm going to help you find that tonight. To make the findings necessary for this project and the findings that are in the resolution, if I could have the time up, that would be peachy. To make the findings required to pass that this project, it has to be supported by substantial evidence. And like a staff member said a little bit earlier on the prior matter, substantial evidence is not pointing to the Hillside area and saying, well, a fire truck can't go in there. You got to have proof. You got to have evidence. And this project has a lot of problems. Page 5 of your staff report with respect to the driveway. Staff says, and I'm quoting, while staff agrees the design of the entrance is not ideal, it has been reviewed by city staff and determined to be acceptable. Therefore, it is not considered a life and safety issue. Ask your city attorney if that's substantial evidence and whether or not you're going to get sued over that big flaw. Page 6 of the staff report. Staff concludes the life and safety issues provided by appellants are never reviewed during the entitlement process. But you have to make findings in your resolution that this project will not be detrimental to health and safety and not have a significant effect on the environment. How can you do that without knowing how the sewer is going to be connected and without this driveway and all the other missing studies? I see I'm out of time. I'll save the balance.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think now, is there a presentation from the proponent? You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Dan Withy. I'm the principal architect at BSB Design. A little brief history. I've been involved in this project for over 6 years. The initial design was done with to meet the requirement for a commercial being 25% of the floor area. And what that created was we had 20 units, but we also had over 6,000 feet of commercial, which created a 3-story building over parking with 2 driveways. And we had in 2020, the end of 2020, we met with planning staff, and then subsequently we met with the neighbors in a neighborhood meeting. And, they very concerned about the looming building over them and safety issues and all that. So what I was trying to figure out how I could eliminate the mass, and the only way I could do that really, because I thought that the commercial was not a great idea for this location. So by doing a density bonus and creating one low-income unit, I was able to use a concession to remove that rezoning requirement for 25% of the floor area, which eliminated an entire floor off the building and floor parking and a driveway. And I thought that was a way to bring down the mass and make the building much more compatible with the street and the neighborhood below, and kept it below the zoning requirements. So I was 3 feet, originally the building was 3 feet over, it was 48 feet, and now it's 37. So it came down quite a bit. The I wanted to talk about was, and also the fact that we created using senior apartments was less impactful traffic-wise, noise-wise, privacy-wise to the neighborhood. And we thought that was a good thing. So the state has implemented an array of new housing laws, you've all heard them, which would allow for us to do a much bigger building based on state law. But that's not what we wanted to do. We didn't want to create a giant building there that would be a detriment to the whole area. And we wanted it to be reasonable and to serve all the stakeholders. So, and also many of the comments from the neighbors and their paid consultant involve technical building department requirements. They're not a part of this entitlement approval of the design related to the zoning. The entitlement approval is design related to the zoning code. And these issues that they brought up will be resolved in order for us to get a permit during the plan check process. I also believe that the simulations of the building mass above the neighbors' properties is inaccurate in terms of how much higher they show the building is above their yards than it really is. They've been placed on there, but they're not correct, I don't believe. In terms of the driveway designs, can I go to the next slide? Next slide. Okay. This is the entry of the garage. The plan that I had showed lines on the ramp. It just denoted a ramp. They're using it and measuring and saying I have 20%, 50% ramp at the corner. I went back and looked at the whole thing. It isn't. It's 20% at the angle. It's 10% breakovers, 10-foot breakovers front and back, and it meets the requirements to get into. It has accessibility. It doesn't exceed 20% at any point. Deliveries, the inside loading area can service delivery step vans up to 10'6" tall. So that delivery space in the garage is reasonable, and most delivery vans are within that size. The trash will be removed from the garage by small feeder trucks that would rendezvous with the larger trash truck outside the garage. That location and access will be negotiated with Public Works and engineering during the plan check process. The sewer report. The project's consultant who prepared the sewer area study has reviewed the sewer capacity concerns and says that the proposed flow will be accommodated by the existing sewer pipe capacity. I also will provide a turning template during plan check process to show the accessibility of the driveway. Next slide. Go one more. That one. Okay. The traffic consultant will be making his own presentation after we are finished with ours, if there's any questions. In terms of the Rolling Hills Business Center, their comments, the temporary excavation hazards, it's basically, we obviously knew we were going to have to shore that area to the south and the south property line. I allowed for 18 inches between the property line and the wall so that we could put shoring in there. I don't believe the cut will be any more than 20 feet at any point. I think that's an exaggeration. He said 23. And it'll just be an engineered shoring design at the south wall, which is typical for a parking garage, subterranean parking garage. There shouldn't be any effect on the neighboring properties. So this exhibit here, I wanted to show you that currently Hawthorne Boulevard is 2 lanes each way. The inside lane is about 13 feet wide, and the outside lane is 20 feet, for a total of 33 feet. After the 6-foot dedication that we're making, that will have two 13-foot wide lanes and a 13-foot deceleration lane. So there's 3 full lanes on that street after we do this dedication, for a total of 39 feet. This means that residents traveling north on Hawthorne Boulevard who want to enter the parking garage have over 180 feet of deceleration roadway length to slow their vehicle down with a full lane at their disposal to make the turn into the driveway. So it's not as if they're turning in traffic. They're turning in their own traffic. They're turning in a deceleration lane. It's a complete separate lane. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Keep going. Keep going. One more. This is a section. So it really shows the grades. This is a cross section. The top cross section shows from Hawthorne Boulevard on the left down to the neighbor's property below. And you can see that we're 24 feet above Hawthorne Boulevard, and we're 37 feet from the lowest point of grade, the lowest floor level on our lowest floor to the top of the parapet. So it's not, and some of the comments where we had a 5-story building or something like that, I don't know where that came from, but that's not true. So anyway, in conclusion, I believe the design of the project is an appropriate response based on the zoning and site constraints. It's below the height limit within the allowable FAR, provides low-impact senior housing, and has a lower density than what would be permitted under state density bonus law. And I think, Greg,
Yes.
Greg's going to follow up.
Approximately how much more time do I have? Apologies. My name is Greg Tross. I'm Land Use Counsel for ZS Development, the applicant on this project. Wanted to hit a few high points here while I still have some time. We have provided additional comments from our technical experts opining on each one of the items that has been provided by the appellants today. Those items that the appellants have provided, as we said, most of them are going to be done and performed at plan check. Those things are handled by the experts who are hired by the city of Torrance to ensure that the property and the public safety is one of the highest priorities. We have also provided those same studies to show that we have no significant environmental impacts on this project. This project is a responsibly developed project going less than the density that is required, that is allowed by state law via the state density bonus law. And it's also a Housing Accountability Act project, which I'm sure you all know about and just heard about for the past 3 hours. But I will want to reiterate one thing that the Land Use Counsel for Appellant was wrong on. Subdivision J of the Housing Accountability Act says the local government must demonstrate it to deny a project on a preponderance of the evidence. That's a higher standard than the substantial evidence that he stated that you needed. To deny this, you need to have a preponderance of the evidence to support your denial tonight. You cannot do that. The appellants provided no evidence to support that. There are no significant adverse impacts. I'm here. We have further technical experts here today. If you have any other questions from the appellants.
All right, thank you. Let's see. So the appellant's gone, the proponent's gone. Now we will take public comments on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak.
This project submission is for 22 senior units, yet its submission flies in the face of any safety and evacuation protections for the seniors. The owner is trying to take advantage and put people in harm's way. It needs to be denied. Senior drivers or automobiles, SUVs, will require a larger radius to enter safely into the garage. They might have to back out onto the driveway. Onto Hawthorne Boulevard, it's impossible for emergency vehicles to enter this building safely. The project will only be 10 feet from the homeowner's land. That's unacceptable, and it will be 5 stories high at ground level on a leader drive. There are no adequate sidewalks for seniors. I don't think that's ADA compliant. You can figure that out legally. The project is going to block Hawthorne Boulevard if fire trucks or emergency vehicles cannot enter the driveway. That is unacceptable. Hawthorne Boulevard is a major evacuation route for 4 peninsula cities and the city of Torrance. The plan will block Hawthorne Boulevard because the fire trucks cannot get in. This is unacceptable. The fire department will not be able to save lives by crawling across the roof, as they have stated. You're not going to save a life crawling across a roof on fire. There is a large documented LA County Sanitation District monitoring well on this land with high levels of carcinogens. It will drain onto the people below. The project should be denied for safety and emergency, very obvious reasons. No state law says that people can be put in acute danger. Don't hide behind the state laws. And Mr. Matucci, you posted something on your Facebook page about housing in the city. I think you should recuse yourself. Thank you.
I think she has some handouts.
Mayor Chen and Consul. In 1982, Dave and I had the pleasure of meeting Katie Geisert, who later became Torrance's mayor. Mrs. Geisert came into our backyard and wished to talk to us about the adjacent property. She said this land should remain as no man's land, and no one should live on this land. We learned later that Palos Verdes underground landfill fluids were flowing north and parallel to Hawthorne Boulevard, and toxic waste was found in the groundwater adjacent to our property. In 1998, the California Department of Substance Control and the LA County Sanitation District installed well M63B and are now monitoring the site directly behind us. They took samples of groundwater from monitoring wells M63B and have reported their findings several times a year. The last summary report that they did, we are aware of for well 63B was dated July of 2025. Page 18 of their report, and that page 18 is shown in the handout I've distributed, shows the depth from ground level, which was 204 feet elevation, to the contaminated groundwater for well M63B, which is 41.3 feet. The depth to the bottom of this well is 67 feet 11 inches. If excavation is planned for this site, who will monitor it, and who?
Your time's up, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, my name is Tom, and I've been asked to read this letter. Good evening. My name is Christine Kobe. My family and I live 2 homes adjacent to this proposed project. I'm here tonight because this decision directly affects our safety, our neighborhood's character, and the quality of life everyone on our street and anyone traveling up or down Hawthorne Boulevard. Legal grounds for denial. The objective findings on the record are clear and provide this council with solid legal footing to deny this application. Inadequate parking, inability for emergencies and delivering trucks to access the building, zoning inconsistencies, and a myriad of safety and health concerns. These are not matters of opinion. They're documented facts that met the standard for denial under municipal code. Council's duty to residents. I'll remind you that each of you were elected to protect the people of this community from undue harm. That responsibility doesn't disappear when a developer presents a project. This is precisely the moment your authority exists to look at the evidence, weigh it against the well-being of your constituents, and act accordingly. We, the residents, are counting on you to do that tonight. Closing ask, I respectfully urge this council to exercise its authority to uphold findings on record and collectively vote to deny this project. Thank you.
My name's Mike. I live 1 block north of the proposed project site on Courtney Way. My concerns tonight are focused on geology, seismic safety, and the adequacy of the environmental review for this project. This project is proposed on a steep hillside site in immediate proximity to the Palos Verdes fault zone, with major excavation planned directly adjacent to existing homes and infrastructure. The soils report itself acknowledges the potential for soil movement and yielding during construction. Independent review of the project documents also identified concerns that the actual excavation depth may substantially exceed the assumptions used in the geotechnical analysis. Despite that, the city is recommending a categorical California Environmental Quality Act exemption. I do not understand how the city can simultaneously acknowledge the need for additional geotechnical review, hydrology review, sewer analysis, and grading review during plan check, while also concluding today that there is no possibility of significant environmental or public safety impacts. This is not a routine flat infill site. This is a constrained hillside property in a geologically sensitive area associated with known fault activity and slope instability. The project requires deep excavation immediately adjacent to neighboring properties. The soils report itself warns about potential yielding and impacts to adjacent structures during construction. That alone should require a higher level of environmental review before approval. My concern is not whether housing should be built. My concern is whether this particular site has been adequately studied before irreversible excavation begins. Once excavation starts on a hillside site like this, mistakes cannot simply be undone. I respectfully ask the council to deny the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Griffiths. I'm a longtime resident of this neighborhood. You all should have received my letter objecting to this project, which provides, and my letter provides more details than I have time to share here now. This project is another example of a developer taking advantage of state laws purely to bypass our hillside overlay ordinance, which without that, this project would likely have been put to a quick end. Yes, the Planning Commission approved this project, but only because they felt they had to. There are many unresolved issues about this project, but I believe should be resolved before there is a vote on approval for this project. Approval of this project will leave a permanent negative impact on the surrounding community and the future senior residents themselves. Please deny this project.
Good evening, Mayor Chen, council members and staff. My name's Kevin Nakano. I live at 3631 Alita Drive, directly north of the project, just slightly downhill and adjacent to Hawthorne Boulevard. I want to raise a serious concern regarding this proposal. To create the new driveway on Hawthorne Boulevard, which is adjacent to our property, a section of the existing metal guardrail would need to be removed. This creates a direct corridor into our home if a vehicle were to lose control while traveling downhill. Anyone familiar with this stretch of Hawthorne knows that downhill vehicle speeds often exceed the posted limits. Adding a driveway at this location where drivers would be braking into a sharp, steep, downward turn while others are trying to exit into traffic creates what feels like an accident waiting to happen. In addition, the remaining guardrail would be relocated approximately 6 feet closer to our house in order to accommodate a third lane on Hawthorne Boulevard. This will eliminate the existing dead zone that currently provides an additional margin of protection for ourselves. Because Hawthorne sits approximately 6 feet, because Hawthorne sits approximately level with our roof line, any vehicle that breaches the guardrail could strike our home with substantial force, creating a risk of severe injury. Most concerning is that this warranted guardrail is proposed to be removed and modified without a formal warrant analysis being performed. To date, the city has not performed a contrary traffic engineering analysis demonstrating that removing or altering this guardrail can be done safely. We respectfully ask the council to fully investigate these safety concerns and require a complete engineering safety analysis before approving any guardrail changes that would reduce the protection currently provided to our home and to our neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor,
and members of City Council and the staff. My name is Rita Nakano, and I also live on 3631 Elida Drive, just north of the project. I'm going to talk a little bit about subjective things because this affects me directly, so excuse me. The project design shows a private sewer lateral routed through a city sewer easement located beneath the front of our property alongside our neighbor, the Lee family's property. To my knowledge, no one representing the developer has contacted us to request a legal authorization or easement access for installation of this private lateral. If this project proceeds, will my landscaping or my front yard be excavated to install this pipe? And if so, who is responsible for restoring the property back to its original condition? Another serious concern is liability. If this private lateral, the lateral that is private, that is owned by the developer, ruptures, leaks, or fails in the future, sewage would flow into multiple residential properties in our neighborhood and cause substantial damage. Who will be legally and financially responsible for cleanup and repairs, especially given that this will be a privately owned sewer line located within a city easement that is beneath a private property? You see how complicated this is. I'm also concerned about what happens if the project is delayed, abandoned, or cannot be completed because of the many obviously potential construction or engineering issues that may arise. If this happens, who will be responsible for restoring the site so that it does not become a long-term eyesore? And we know that has happened before in Torrance, safety hazard, or a public nuisance. These are really complicated issues and that would eventually affect both the residents and the city. So I respectfully ask the council to require the developer to provide documented legal authority.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Mike Rosa. I've worked in the Rolling Hills Business Center for over 20 years. And the item that I wanted to bring up was just touched upon. The Sunrise Assisted Living Facility, when it went in, was left unfinished for years and years. So when a project like this is started, sometimes the economic unfeasibility of it isn't known until the project's underway. So I don't know what the what controls can be put on that in terms of bonding. And then to touch on one other item that was brought up, my office has looked out onto the intersection of Rolling Hills Road and Hawthorne there. I'm sure you all know that that's a dangerous intersection here. This project will inevitably produce a lot of U-turn traffic that I don't think is feasible at that intersection. That does cause a lot of accidents, and to the point of delivery trucks being in the garage area. Everybody knows the behavior of Amazon and delivery drivers and everything else. They are going to be stopping right in that deceleration lane, which we have just been told will be the safety spot for people to stop and make the awkward turn into this project. We know that people trying to get into it will regularly have to be navigating around delivery trucks and other drivers that are in there. For these reasons and all the other ones that you've been presented with tonight, we respectfully request that you deny the project. Thank you.
My name is Kei Su. I'm a traffic engineer and licensed professional engineer for about 30 years. I prepared the corner side distance review for the project. There's a, the study was based on the California Highway Design Manual, which is generally the accepted standard for this type of review. There is a peer review saying that we should use AASHTO. However, that is a wrong methodology. That was actually for intersections of two roadways. This is a driveway. This is not a roadway, so that was incorrect. And I'm not sure if you noticed, the peer review actually was performed by, we don't know who. There's no signature, there's no name, no license number, no stamp. So it's a little bit questionable. Thank you.
Are there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any, so at this moment, I'm going to see if the appellant wish to make a rebuttal at this time.
Thank you. Good evening. Just to clarify, that last speaker, I think, was part of the applicant's team. Shouldn't have been allowed to speak. But anyways, thank you for allowing me to speak again. I know the developer of the project thinks you'd be doing them a favor by approving the project tonight. They're wrong and should be thanking the council for not allowing this to go forward. The project cannot be built as proposed, not even close. I have enumerated many severe design flaws that put the public, the occupants, and the neighbors at risk. An entirely new project that addresses these issues is needed rather than spending years to try to modify the current one. The applicant said plan check corrects a lot of these issues. They're fatal flaws. They just simply can't be re-engineered to work. Staff has told me they don't review the accuracy of the technical reports and accept them at face value. However, staff does have a legal obligation to exercise independent judgment and ensure that the environmental conclusions are supported by substantial evidence. Simply cannot rubber stamp consultant reports. They should have found the hydrology report was being labeled from a different design, the diameter in the sewer capacity was wrong, it would overflow, and that the removal of a guardrail needs analysis. You simply cannot make the CEQA findings regarding that there's no safety issues and that the property is adequately served by utilities. And CEQA is not trumped by the housing laws. You still have to make your CEQA findings. If you don't make your CEQA findings on this appropriately, it doesn't matter what the Housing Act says. I know you have limited time to review my letter and presentation, but please recognize the sheer volume of issues. Any one of these could allow you to deny the project. I've re-reviewed the contours that was brought up tonight. I think I'm right, but if they've done additional analysis, sure would have been nice to be prepared and provided with the staff's analysis, not last minute to try to correct the errors. Next is Scott.
Good evening, all. I first of all want to congratulate the staff there. I've been working with you for 30 plus years, and regardless of what you're here tonight, I think you're a great operation. So with that in mind, most of you know me. I've been buying and building and redeveloping office building, shopping centers, and stuck millions of dollars in each of the projects that I've invested in over the last 35 plus years in Torrance. I love the place. But this project is a disaster. It makes no economic sense. So from where we're sitting, I'm glad that a majority of you go out there to see the project, because if you're looking down the project, the applicant has suggested it's 16 feet that they're going to dig down. My construction people have taken a look at it. It's going to be 23 feet once you add in the over excavation that needs to take place. It's on our sight line for the building to the south. And also on that sight line is an Edison box. If something goes wrong, which many of you may remember this, when the Sunrise Project sat there for years, partially developed, this is a much more difficult site. This site does not have any access. There isn't an office building above it. There are houses below it, and it's trouble if it gets approved. I mean, and furthermore, when we're talking about inaccuracies, those silhouettes were not accurately depicted for what's going to happen here. That parking garage down below, it suggests that it's 20 feet from the property line of the neighbor below. It's 10 feet, where you're going to see a concrete parking structure 10 feet from his property line. I mean, you're basically condemning houses below that thing. So we respectfully request that the project get denied. Thank you for your time. I thought I had a minute.
I think you had a minute something left in there, 108.
Thank you. Jeff Lewis, Litigation Land Use Council. One thing we didn't hear from the project owner was sewage, that they have a legal right to connect to existing sewage, or what their plan is to get rid of the sewage. We didn't hear that. And I bring that up because you have a number of resolution paragraphs, page 21 and page 28, paragraph J, where you're finding that this project will have adequate provision for sanitation. How can you make that finding that this project has adequate sanitation if sewage can't be removed from the project? It's a huge flaw, and this project application is frankly incomplete and shouldn't even be processed by staff. We request you deny this project.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have some time spare. Thank you very much. think the appellant and the proponents have spoken. At this point, does any questions from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Some of my questions were answered, but I still have a couple. I see there's a planned acceleration lane in front, but I couldn't quite understand how long it is, the acceleration portion versus the deceleration portion. I mean, I compared it to the gravel runaway pits that were just further up the street, and it doesn't seem like a very long lane. Can someone, staff, and thank you, by the way, for all your help. Can you help me with
The
that?
applicant's traffic consultant should be here to identify that.
Okay.
Dan Withy, I measured the deceleration lane from the time it turns in the 6 feet to the time you get to the driveway. It's over 180 feet in length.
Okay. Okay. And to get back out into traffic, how long is
There's
it?
it's not quite as long because we're towards the other end. I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
I was more
all
worried
right.
about the deceleration.
The reason why I asked is I went down that street at 45 miles per hour and there were cars passing me. It's a 45 mile per hour street, and I don't know, it seemed a little bit, it appeared to be a little bit concerning for me. Also, emergency vehicle wise from the bottom, what street would they use to get there? I noticed Madison on a map shows that it goes all the way through, but there was a gate and then a sidewalk. What is that gate for? Madison does not go all the way through there.
No, it does not.
Okay. So the purpose of the gate is just for servicing the park, or?
I'm not really sure what the gate is for.
It's a metal gate that's just like a pole, a metal pole.
Is there anyone here from community services that might be able to address that?
Okay. Well, we'll just go on. Do I understand correctly that from the backyard of the resident at 3620, the height of the building from the ground level, the top of the building would be 50 feet? Who would answer that? Well, I guess that's enough. That's a lot. Okay. All right. I'll just wait to see if anyone else has any questions. I do have some more comments.
I was just going to add that the maximum height of the building is 42 feet 6 inches. What it's like from the grade of Alita Drive, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Looking at the map here, Councilwoman, I think the deceleration says 167 feet based on this drawing.
I think I need glasses.
Yeah, it's pretty small. Okay, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. I thank you for the staff and for your presentation. I just want some clarifications on lots of comments were made about emergency vehicle will not be able to access that. Can staff respond to that question?
Yes, we have members from the fire department available to answer that question.
Good evening, Richard Kazanjian, Torrance Fire Department Fire Marshal. A majority of the fire code requirements are done during formal submittal. The project as submitted shows our staging area for calls for service to be in the deceleration lane. We would not enter the subterranean parking structure at all. So the details, the length of the decel lane, the width of the decel lane, the slope of the decel lane, all those details will be evaluated upon formal submittal to see if it adequately provides us the fire department access we need, which is a code requirement. It's a non-negotiable item.
Okay, so that clarifies. Just for my understanding, what's the standard for making a U-turn? Most of the comments were made. It's not adequate to have a U-turn on the project, on this design.
I'm going to defer that to our Public Works Traffic Engineer, who's also here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Helen Shi from Public Works. So the turning radii for the vehicles normally for the intersection is 25 feet. So for this, I'm not really 100% sure because we're still waiting for the final, like mentioned before, the final formal submittal. So the detail of the radii, it has to be compliant, otherwise it won't be approved.
Right, that I understand, but according to the design, is that a major flaw, whatever was presented? Can we ask the developer, is that really a minimum of 25 feet?
I don't consider it's a major flaw because now I don't think it's less than 25 feet.
Okay.
You referring to the width of the driveway?
The radius.
To make a U-turn.
Making a U-turn at the driveway? Sorry, what was the question? My apology. Making a U-turn at the intersection?
Right, right. That's
Yeah,
what.
I see 33 feet.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about, yeah, the intersection, sorry. I'm talking about the intersection where can you make a U-turn? It said enough radius to make a U-turn at the intersection.
Rolling Hills Drive and Hawthorne?
No.
Councilman
I
Sheikh,
think
are you
that's a
referring
driveway.
to the U-turn as turning into the property? That right U?
Oh,
He's
What
referring
is
to the
this?
right U into the property.
That's driveway. That's not intersection. That's not a U-turn. It's really turning into the site.
So the tight entrance, according to this page, I mean, this 9B from Walteria Terrace Garden Project.
Yeah, my understanding you're referring to going
Let
north.
me read this. Let me read this.
Uh-huh.
The tight entrance U-turn inner radius is approximately 15 feet. The outer radius is approximately 30 feet, and midpoint is approximately 22 feet. My question is that adequate enough to make a U-turn? According to this, it is not.
First of all, it's not a U-turn. It's a turn into the driveway. So the U-turn referred to making a U-turn, making a reverse turn. You can't make a right turn to consider that's a U-turn. It's a making
Maybe
a
we
left-hand
clarify
turn.
who wrote this because that's confusing. It says right there, steep entrance driveway with tight U-turn into semi-subterranean garage is flawed.
I don't agree it's a U-turn.
Mayor, Councilmember Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, when they're using the term U-turn, they're just talking about going around in a circle into the parking lot. They're not meaning a U-turn that was mentioned by the, somebody mentioned the U-turn actually at the intersection.
So the driveway is really a right turn.
Yeah, Councilman Sheikh, what you're reading is the presentation by the appellant.
Right, that's what I believe. They are the one they're appealing that this is not adequate.
Right.
So I'm asking.
Yeah, they use the term U-turn, but the staff is saying it's technically not a U-turn.
not a-
That's what I think. I'm just letting you know.
So it's going into. Okay.
Yeah, it's a right turn into the driveway.
Into the project.
Yes.
Okay. So it's the term is not properly used here.
Yeah, it wasn't
It's not a
correct.
U-turn, it's going into the project. Okay, driveway, okay. So according to your analysis, that's not a flaw. This is enough adequate space to go into the project.
As mentioned before, we still waiting for the final submittal. So
It
it
will
has
not
to
be
be
approved.
according to
Right.
the city
The
standard.
standards.
We won't approve if it's flawed.
All right.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez. It's important to remember that what's being reviewed tonight is the planning submittal only that would meet our zoning code requirements. This is not complying with the California building standards or any local amendments we have. That would be done through through construction plan submittal through the Building and Safety Division, which then would be submitted to the Public Works Department, the Fire Department, and then they would be submitting their comments based on those construction plans. That includes the environmental when they were talking about the oil well. That actually would be reviewed during the construction plan phase by the environmental Thank you. I should know that. They're my department, environmental quality officers. And at that time, conditions would be made to ensure that that meets all of the state codes. It has to, by law.
Right.
There's no exceptions to this. Right. If for some reason they were to submit a plan that did not meet the code and was not able to make the corrections, then that would actually kill the plan. If they started making substantial changes to this where then it changed the actual design, then that would be a problem and it would have to come back in front of the approving body, which would be the city council, for you to re-review that and to make any amendments.
Okay, so thank you for clarification. I think that's what I was really confused. How can it even go to a project if it's not going to meet any of the code requirements? So the 14 objective reasons were spelled out here. That will be properly adjusted to make sure it abides by all the code requirements.
That is correct. That is not something that the planning during the entitlement phase would be looked at.
Including the sewerage or everything,
Correct.
basically.
Correct. That would be reviewed by our engineering, by Public Works also.
Regarding excavation, somebody made a comment. Rather than 16, we should go deeper. Could you elaborate?
That would actually be also through our engineering division. Would be looking at that, and we actually have our staff person right now, Ghassan, who could speak on that.
Hello, Ghassan Shihab, Associate Engineer, Engineering Division. We have looked at the plans, and yes, the project has its challenges. It's not your typical flat lot in Torrance. But we haven't found any challenges that render the project technically infeasible. We will be conducting rigorous reviews during the plan check, and we will be requesting a sewer study, updated sewer study. So they will have to do sewer monitoring to see whether the sewer lines have the adequate capacity or not. If not, they'll have to invest in upgrading the infrastructure. We are expecting there will be investment in the infrastructure, probably the water lines, sewer, As far as the excavation is concerned, yes, there will have to be, excavation is going to be deep. There has to be shoring, but I think that the shoring can be designed such that the office building behind and the street would be protected. It's nothing that's not doable. We won't allow them, as far as the fear of starting the project and then in the middle of the project realizing that it's a no-go. That won't happen because we won't issue the grading permit to allow them to break ground until they satisfy all engineering conditions, grading conditions, excavation conditions. We study all these before we give them the grading permit. And we are we are known in the city of Torrance, at the engineering division, we're very rigorous, very comprehensive. And we give them a hard time before we give them the grading permit. So there'll be a lot of back and forth between us and the applicants before we give them the go ahead to start the grading.
And I would like to say that we don't give them a hard time, we're just very thorough.
I don't doubt that. Well, thank you for clarifying. I think you answered most of my questions. Thank you again, staff, for helping us educate, and appreciate it. Thanks.
I got a few comments or questions. I think you could tell by most of the questions from the council members here. I know we've done this many times, but in our heads, once we give a approval or non-approval, especially when we approve a project, in our heads we think it's real, that it will go, and the discussion that they still the developer still has to go through plan check and to make sure everything's okay. That's the part I think I could see that in our heads here as we're trying to evaluate, because most of us has come down Hawthorne Boulevard and knows that most people are either riding on their brakes or they're on stick shifter in third gear or even lower just to make that turn. And sometimes it depends who it is. It could be a little scary, and especially if someone's coming down and a senior is trying to make a right turn with their car facing up. It's hard to see that the downhill traffic, which is then depending on where the sun is, that makes it even harder, it's almost a blind turn coming out of that driveway potentially. So we're kind of thinking about those things, and one accident is probably one too many, and we're trying to avoid that situation. So I see that's how a lot of the questions are, and I am very concerned because I went there and looked at a situation of that project, just because how tight it is to get in, and then not only get in, but to get out is another challenge. Most of the time we're talking about getting in, but getting out uphill with the sun in your eye, it's I don't know how you go through that process on plan check. I don't know if you know what I mean, but you have to be in that situation to know. Go ahead, Michelle.
Mayor, council members, one of the good things about having all the staff here this evening is they're all hearing these comments. So that way, if this project was to be approved this evening, then they will listen. They've listened to what the concerns are from the public as well as from this council. So that way, they are even on higher alert to ensure that they are looking at this and scrutinizing this project to make sure it is meeting all of the California Building Code standards.
All right. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just had some comments, and I really appreciate everybody that has participated tonight. But just looking at the information presented, the 14 reasons that were presented, some of the other comments, I looked at that guardrail, and that guardrail was put there for a reason. And to think it's going to be modified, now we're modifying our reasons for putting the guardrail there. The only way in and out is exiting and entering from a downward slope that's high speed. I was surprised when when I verified the speed limit was 45 miles per hour there. Just up the street, again, I went up and looked at the gravel pull-out pits, and I've seen cars in them before, and I've seen trucks in them before, and I thought if a big truck is coming down at a fast rate while someone's trying to pull in and out, can't even imagine what would happen. And then I got thinking, is the people that created SB 9, the housing elements, builder remedies, are they going to be responsible when something really disastrous happens? And then I went down to the homes and saw that they were going to have this, you look at the silhouettes and they're just so tall. I believe it's severely going to impact those homes. The topography in that property is unusual, and I give kudos to the architect. The building looks beautiful, but the property is just very odd. And with the information provided, I just don't personally feel comfortable supporting this the way it's presented. I did have another question that I failed to ask. Where is all this equipment and supplies going to go while this is being built? Do we have any idea?
Are you referring to staging areas?
Yes, staging areas.
It's too early in the stage right now. I don't know if the applicant is able to address that right now, but that would be again addressed during the construction phase of this.
Yeah, there's just so many unknowns. I just don't feel comfortable.
I believe the applicant is willing to.
I just want to reiterate, thank you, Councilmember Kalani, for your comments here. One issue that you did mention is the height. The height has been approved by the city council for at least 20 to 30 years on this property. This property has been the same zoning for 20 to 30 years. Let's acknowledge that. That means that the residents have known that this project or something could have been developed on this property for the past 2.5 decades. That is the truth. And if you want to reiterate, we can do that. The other issues about whether or not someone could potentially cause harm, I can understand the public comments that are provided to those, but those are not the applicant's issues. If someone drives 55 miles an hour, it is not the other property owner's liability for that. It is the person who drove 55 miles an hour and caused that action. The questions that you have about the staging, about the equipment, all of that is done at the plan check phase to determine whether or not it can be built properly. You have heard from soils engineers. You will probably hear from Public Works, who have the same comments and ask us where that staging has to be done. It has to be applied and applicable to building code. It has to be applicable to Torrance Municipal Code, which has also been approved by the City Council. So these things are put in place for a reason, for the public safety. If the applicant cannot move forward with those at the plan check phase, then like the city staff said, then it cannot move forward. Then we're at the phase of zoning approval, and we know the state laws that are in place here. We know the local ordinances that are in place, and we have made a project that is responsible in terms of this. And frankly, this project could be 50 feet if we really wanted to. Thank you.
No, that was we're now opening a public hearing. That was responding to a question from the council. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Kaji.
I have a question for our city attorney regarding the Housing Accountability Act. If we were to deny the project going forward, the proponent has submitted this plan under the Housing Accountability Act. Does that allow California HCD to step in on behalf of the proponent, or does it simply end should we vote it down?
I would say that if you do deny the project, you would have to come up with findings tonight regarding life and safety issues.
That's the key part is life and safety, not all the other issues for the Housing Accountability Act.
Yeah, Mayor, council members, it's a difficult question to answer. If the council did not approve this project tonight, then it would give the ability for the applicant to file with the HCD, their enforcement agency, who then could see if they agree or not, to then actually make a case against the city. They could also file in civil court against, so they have many ways they could do things concurrently. So it's a kind of a convoluted response because there's many different ways that they could proceed if they felt they were right.
Since we're in a new world with state housing laws having changed, I'm just trying to anticipate by our actions tonight what might be triggered and what we should anticipate, whether we support it or deny it. So I ask that on behalf of the other members as well, because I don't want anyone here to be surprised should HCD render an opinion that's concurrent to the vote of the council. So I'm trying to be fair and equal to both sides in this, but I also want to, since we spent a considerable amount of time talking about SB 9 and other state housing laws, I just want to make sure that we're couched in what we might or should anticipate.
So you're looking for my opinion? Because my opinion is actually stated in the recommendation, which states to the CDD director supports the approval of this project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the members of the council? Because if not, I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Okay, we've been had a lot of interesting, I think for tonight, I think I'm not going to ask you for a number and title yet because I'm not sure what the results are going to be. How does the council wish to act on this matter? Do we have a motion? Councilwoman Klein.
I motion to uphold the appeal.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, I think the appeal is held. And anything you want to say, Michelle?
Upholding the appeal, we will need the reasons. For
Staff has to return with findings for the
yes,
denial.
we need the you have to list out the findings.
Okay, I'll do my best. Let me get my paper back. I'll go by memory. I'm upholding it for safety reasons that include the traffic. And I know that it's the responsibility of people to drive within the speed limit, but I think when you add additional risk, then that adds risk of safety concerns. Additionally, some of the unsolved issues with some of the grading, where we're going to put equipment. I'm trying to think of everything. The waste, the topography of the slope, the type of, for me, we didn't talk about it, but it was additionally the type of soil, I think that's enough for now.
And I'll second that along with the removal of the guardrail. And I don't think that a design to replace that has been submitted to us that would prevent, based on my experience as I was coming down Hawthorne Boulevard, that's that northbound lane, all I could think was the accident that a famous golfer had coming down a stretch of highway that was a little bit further. And I don't see any design that adequately protects cars coming in and out of that curve.
Can I add the safety of that driveway as well?
Okay, Councilman, are you done here?
Yeah.
Councilman Gerson?
Two acknowledgements first. It is a very difficult piece of land to work with, and I do want to acknowledge what was said by the proponent. Yes, it's been there for 20 plus years because it is such an awkward piece of land, and I do want to commend them for the time and effort that they took to create something in an attempt to put something useful to the public there, and I do appreciate that. I also agree that most of the 14 points are subjective and not objective. My concerns also do go around safety. I know that the proponent said it's not the responsibility if someone's going 55 miles per hour, but the speed limit is 45 miles per hour, which is a significant amount of speed. And that just maintaining 45 miles per hour, staying within the California speed law. Significant worries about the slope of the road, the movement of the guardrail, and the placement of the driveway and entry point and exit point, especially for seniors, does give me a preponderance of concern that I'd like to see resolved. Thank you.
I think Councilwoman Lewis, you got more to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, to piggyback off of Dr. Gerson, I think if we were talking about a smaller development there, it would be something significantly different. Maybe like a couple of single-family residences. I think we'd be talking about something significantly different than the density of this project, plus adding in it's a mixed-use facility. I think we would be talking about something different. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah, okay, got it. All right. Okay, so I think maybe it was good that I didn't ask the city clerk for a number and title on that one. Okay. All right, we're going to go back to item 9A. Hopefully I'm on track. Went all over the place today. Which I thought everybody is here for to listen to 9A, our budget. But it's thinning out. I'm wondering. Okay. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 9A to conduct the second public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2026 and 2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Is there a staff presentation? We'll take some time to transition a little bit.
Give us a quick 30 seconds, Your Honor. We're
No problem, no problem. It's only 11:38.
Can we do a 5-minute break?
What, is the council leaving me? I think we need a couple of minute break. Yeah. How about a real 5 minutes? A real 5 minutes, not 10 minutes. A real 5 minutes. back from the break, and we're on item 9A. I think probably 90% of people are here for that. Now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda item 9A. Conduct the second public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. Tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation to address topics that were discussed during the first public hearing on May 5th. Next slide. To recap actions taken to date for your honorable body and for those members of the public just joining us now for the first time, budget season officially kicked off in November 2025 with the first budget review team meeting taking place. This meeting, including department heads, managers, and others involved in the budget development process, was focused on reviewing City Council priorities, focuses for the coming year's budget development, and overall trends and their impacts on the city's finances. In December 2025, City Council established 11 budget priorities to guide the prioritization of funding allocations in the budget process. After the Finance Department and City Manager staff met with every single department multiple times to discuss revenue projections, capital needs, staffing levels, and non-wage funding requirements. All said and done, this equated to over 30 official meetings ranging from 1 to 2 hours, each with several other informal discussions taking place along the way. At the conclusion of this effort, the second budget review team meeting was held to report out on the framework for the proposed operating budget, the city's capital improvement plan, along with long-term financial projections and trends facing the city. Finally, on May 5th, staff presented a summary of the city's proposed fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan for your honorable body and the broader community. For those members of the public that missed that meeting, the recording of the full presentation can be found on the city's website and watched at any point to help summarize the details found in the full budget document. Next slide. During the first public hearing, discussion was had on a few topics listed on the slide before you tonight, including the city clerk's training budget, the 4 assets noted as critical in the prior building index study, and the concept of a 4th digital sign in South Torrance. These will be covered in greater detail on the following slides. Next slide, please. First, with respect to the city clerk's training, travel, and membership dues budget, after the prior budget hearing, a full analysis was conducted. To do so, staff examined the last 12 months of expenditures, layering on the additional training requirements being added to comply with SB 827 for commissioner training, plus additional memberships discussed during the meeting, and we compared those with the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget for the department. It was just determined, as shown on this slide, there is sufficient budget being recommended to accommodate all of this and still have over $1,400 in excess budget for flexibility during the coming year. Next slide. The second major item discussed was the 4 assets listed in the building index study as critical. On the slide before you tonight is a listing of those assets, which includes 2 items at Wilson Park, 1 at La Romeria, and the final at McMaster Park. The detail of these is as follows. Next slide, please. At Wilson Park, there are 2 assets that were flagged in the critical category, and they are shown on the map with the arrows pointing to them. The animal control trailer is the first item, with the large number of items taking place at Wilson Park, including the demolition of Building 8, new pickleball courts, along with the recent lease agreement to house programming for cultural arts. There's sufficient information to begin the planning process of addressing this aging asset and will be done so accordingly. The second asset is the pump house. This is a non-public space that houses electrical components being the main items requiring replacement, which is something that would fall in the operating budget rather than the city's capital plan and is being addressed accordingly. Next slide. At La Romeria, the asset noted in critical condition was the item labeled storage shed on the image noted with the red arrow. This is also a non-public space and actually houses the electrical components for the park. This would also fall more in the area of the city's operating budget with a rehabilitation in progress. Next slide. Finally, at McMaster Park, there are 2 structures titled park buildings on the image denoted with the red arrows. The first is similar to La Romeria in that it is a non-public space housing electrical components for the park. The second item is a storage space that is actually being removed. Both of these items would fall into the city's operating budget and are in process accordingly. Next slide. Finally, on May 5th, staff had highlighted the effort to replace all of our digital signs with newly branded versions with upgraded screens. To date, the city has 3 of these installed, with the first at North Torrance Library, the second at the Civic Center, and the third shown here at Wilson Park. During the last meeting, it was asked to staff to provide initial research on a potential new location for a digital sign in Southern Torrance. Staff explored the intersection of Pacific Coast Highway and Zamperini Way, which already has power, and the cost impacts of replacing the existing sign, as shown on the slide, would be in the area of $200,000, and staff would recommend additional contingency budget on top of that to mitigate any impacts of any new design elements, as well as cost implications of existing conditions at the location. Next slide. As shown here, we have pulled Google Street Views to show where the sign could conceivably be placed relative to the intersection. On the left, we are southbound on PCH, and on the right side, we are heading northbound on PCH. As you can see with the red boxes on each of the images, the sign would have to be recessed back a bit due to Caltrans right-of-way impacts, which is not ideal and may impact people's ability to see what is on the sign unless they catch the red light. With that said, should City Council want to further advance this effort, staff could conduct a more thorough review, providing some additional location options that could be considered for the full City Council at the first quarter budget review report. Next slide. In any given year, after publishing the proposed budget document, some changes may be required depending on City Council direction and routine annual matters listed on the slide before your honorable body. The first 2 items listed here are routine and require revision due to the timing of their efforts approaching next fiscal year. On the agenda tonight, City Council approved item 8F, which set the fee for Meadow Park parking lot and had some impacts on the budget accordingly. As shown here, the budget is now recommended to have revenues totaling $45,860 and expenditures totaling $34,830, leaving an $11,000 budgeted surplus. For the city's street lighting district, the Public Works Department is in the middle of the public hearing process for this as well. It is anticipated that City Council will approve on June 9th the engineer's report setting the levy, which has an impact on the operating budget accordingly. As shown here, the budget is now recommended to have revenues totaling $1,968,915 and expenditures of the same, a balanced budget. Finally, staff are recommending that the general fund operating fund budget be increased by $1.1 million to accommodate fees collected and the costs associated with expediting the plan check process using an outside vendor for one particular project. Next slide. As for next steps and actions, tonight marks the second of 3 public hearings for the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Tonight, staff are seeking council direction on the items brought back tonight and to obtain additional input on the budget overall. Finally, staff will return on June 9th for the 3rd and final hearing, seeking approval from the City Council on the necessary appropriations resolutions to enact the proposed budget. That concludes staff's presentation, and myself, along with fellow department heads, are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daly. We will now take public comment on this matter. Anyone from the public wish to speak, please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes per speaker. Okay, I don't see any. Does any member of the council have questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. 2 comments. Once again, thank you for this. It was a lot of work, I know, and I appreciate everyone. If we do move forward in changing the sign at the airport, can we try to retain the sphere that has the clouds and the plane? Thank you. I may replace it somewhere else. So if that adds a little bit to the budget. Thank you.
Councilwoman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, also on the sign, I have a question about, are we able to maybe wait for like an encroachment permit or a way to actually go onto, I guess, the Caltrans right away?
Councilman Craig Belisario, Public Works Director. Based on what would be needed for what we are conceptually envisioning for this, we're not confident that Caltrans would issue an encroachment permit for that particular purpose. So we've already identified an area outside of the right-of-way, further to the north within city right-of-way, to make it as large or as ideal as possible for the community for the purpose that's desired.
Okay. But I mean, would it take a lot to maybe ask, or maybe because I mean we can connect it to state Caltrans messaging as well. So I mean it could be mutually beneficial. Because if it's going to be a billboard that's for public announcements, I mean.
Sure, we can definitely ask, and we have contacts with District 7 in the permit office and also at the deputy director level, as well as director level. So we could ask the question and see what the response is.
Yeah, I think just even for the future, so that if we do find other locations, I personally I like this location. It's a nice wide street, entrance to the airport. I mean, it's just, I think it will be an ideal spot, but I do think a simple. Nothing simple with Caltrans, I get that, but maybe just getting a simple thumbs up. Go ahead and apply. We'll talk about a permit, or no, that's off the table. We'll never give you a permit.
Councilman, City Manager, our goal tonight is to seek direction, and if council's will is that we continue to explore the sign. This and other locations will be considered, and we'll bring those for your.
Yeah, I just don't want to kill
various options,
and
we can make a request.
Location. Yeah, I mean that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian. I can't think of right now. I know we talked about this. Our revenue about an increase of 1.1 million, and the expenditure also increase of 1.1 million. Can you briefly tell us which sections of the expenditure has increased by 1.1 million? I can't think of right now.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. So this would be with respect to the license fees and permits, specifically in community development. So that would be the revenue increases. And then the expenditure side would be professional services to hire the firm to conduct and actually complete the expedited plan check review process. Also in community development.
But we did budget for professional services to audit that, right? I mean, to collect and for those fees, right?
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. Absolutely, but definitely not of this scale and scope. We don't typically have one project come through with a $1.1 million fee and cost associated with it, so it exceeds the sort of baseline plan that we have in place. And so as such, wanting to recognize the revenue coming in and then giving staff the authority to expend and complete the plan check review process on an expedited basis to keep the project moving timely.
But the chances are maybe we have more revenue still.
Mayor, Council, the action that's being requested is specific to one project. It deviates so much from the norm, so we're asking to recognize that additional revenue so that we can complete the task at hand. So in this case, yes, additional revenue is coming in, and it's specific to one project, and it just exceeds the sort of normal routine expedited plan check revenues and expenditures we experience in any given year. So as such, it exceeds the plan and seeking authority to be able to execute on it.
All right, thank you.
I guess for simple-minded, exceeding the revenue, meaning more coming in, is actually good.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. Absolutely. In this case, it's money coming in to money go out to keep the project moving, so it'd be completed faster.
Right. I just want to make sure that we state that publicly. That's good, I think.
Yes.
All right. So the going back to that sign on the Pacific Coast Highway, there's no issue with blockage of views because it's placed back behind the sidewalk. Maybe that goes to Public Works.
Mayor Craig Bilzerian, Public Works Director. So the original request was for us to kind of give a budget estimate as to what we would be looking at for that particular area. We did look at the existing signage with Zamperini Field. There's a very nice monument that's there, so we thought something a little bit bigger than the normal sign to accommodate that into the future, if that's the selected location. Yeah. But our idea was really, if we stay out of the state right-of-way and we're strictly local controlled on our right-of-way of Zamperini Way, that would be the best. And when we could make something visible to both directions of traffic by maybe a little bit of an angle on the display to make it visible. And we also took into consideration that there's other buildings for the car dealerships where we may have to have a sign that's a little bit taller than normal just to not obstruct it from the drivers But the intent is to keep it out of the state right away.
Okay, got it. All right. Just looking at my colleagues here, I think everyone appears to be happy with what they see. All right. Okay, that means we're probably ready for a motion to adjourn tonight's public hearing till June 9th. Councilman Kaji?
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing and adjourn the third public hearing to Tuesday, June 9, 2026 as part of the regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, staff. I was trying to get you out before midnight, but I guess I failed. All right. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 9C. A recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing and take public testimony on the annual action plan covering the period beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027. Approve and authorize submission of the fiscal year 2026 or 2027 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Authorize the city manager to execute all appropriate and necessary documents to receive funding and implement approved uses. Appropriate the grant funds and award Family Promise as a public service agency, $10,000 in CDBG funds, and authorize the city manager to execute agreement. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Julia Smith from CDD. The item before your honorable body tonight is a public hearing on the annual action plan covering the period July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. The city has been notified by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD, that Torrance will be receiving $960,936 in CDBG funds and $414,227.76 in home funds for fiscal year 26-27. Of the CDBG funds, 20%, or $192,187, can be used for admin expenses, with the remaining $768,748 for eligible activities. A portion of the admin funding must be used to develop a fair housing program. Of the home funds, 15%, or $62,134, must be allocated to a community housing development organization, and 10%, or $41,422, can be used for admin expenses. The remaining 75%, or $310,670, can be used exclusively to create affordable housing for low-income households. On January 27, 2026, the City Council conducted a public hearing to receive input on the development of the plan. At the public hearing, Family Promise of Los Angeles made a verbal request for CDBG public service funds. The draft action plan has been published for public review and comment for 30 days. One comment was received for an ineligible use. It's staff's recommendation to allocate $15,000 in CDBG funds for a contract with the Housing Rights Center for the required fair housing program. Staff also recommends allocating $10,000 in CDBG funds to Family Promise for the requested family-centered housing stabilization and supportive service program for homeless families in Torrance. This program is projected to assist 20 families. Staff also recommends allocating the remaining $758,748 to continue the Public Works Sidewalk Improvement Project. The city identifies areas where the sidewalk is either damaged or displaced and uses the funds to address the accessibility issues for senior citizens and elderly persons and disabled persons. Staff also recommends reprogramming $409,613 in unused project funding from this current year CDBG sidewalk project to next year's fiscal year 26-27 project. The sidewalk improvements are planned for 2 neighborhoods this year. The first is bounded by Crenshaw, PCH, and the southern city limits. The second is bounded by Torrance Boulevard, Carson, Anza, and Ocean Avenue. It's staff's recommendation to allocate the home funds toward an affordable housing project. This funding can be combined with other funding, including past home funding, for the creation of a future project. No such project has been identified as of yet. The project could include affordable housing development, rehabilitation, or acquisition, and would be brought back to the City Council once such a project has been identified. Upon completion of the hearing, staff would ask that City Council approve the funding recommendations, authorize the submittal of the plans, and authorize the city manager to execute all appropriate necessary documents to receive funding and implement approved use, including the subrecipient agreement with Family Promise. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of the council have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the mic. You have 2 minutes per speaker. Okay, looks like I don't see anyone coming up. Does any members of the council have questions or comments for staff? I don't see any either, so I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. How's the council wish to take action on this matter? I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
My screens are stuck.
Let's second.
The motion was my screen was stuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
Why don't the person who seconded it be the motion, the mover? Oh,
I'll move it.
Okay.
I hit second.
Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Let's see. Now we're back on 10A. 10A from the City Manager's Office. Is there a staff presentation?
Hello. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and City Council. Gabrielle Mai, Staff Assistant at the City Manager's Office. Item 10A is requesting to discuss and provide direction on the After Dark Tour LA 2026 special event on Saturday, October 24th, 2026, and associated fees. In 2025, Nike launched the After Dark Tour, a global race series that was created to inspire and support a new generation of women runners. Created around nighttime running, the tour was designed to foster culture, connection, and community among women athletes to reclaim the night. Nike has brought back their After Dark Tour for 2026 and will be hosting 10Ks and half marathons, with this year's hosting cities including Shanghai, Sydney, Mexico City, London, Los Angeles, Manila, and Mumbai, which brings us to the event being in the South Bay. The City of Torrance Special Events team held 2 meetings with EKA, a Los Angeles-based public affairs firm, along with representatives from Nike prior to the submission of the event application. The first meeting took place in December of 2025, with Nike and EKA expressing interest in potentially having a portion of the race route exceeding to City of Torrance boundaries, with the route plan still being determined. The second meeting occurred in February of 2026, with the EKA team presenting several proposed route options, including segments that could potentially fall within the Torrance city boundaries. Following that, on March 3rd of 2026, EKA representatives submitted a special event application on behalf of Nike for the After Dark Tour, a 13.1-mile race spanning 3 South Bay beach cities, including the city of Torrance as an official part of the route. Nexus to Torrance is the 2 existing retail locations, one at Del Amo Fashion Center and another Nike factory store in Rolling Hills Plaza, establishing Nike's local presence within the community. Current course plans have the race starting in the city of Redondo Beach and proceeding south, entering Torrance just north of Miramar Park along Paseo de la Playa. The proposed course within Torrance stretches approximately 1.7 miles from this point as it proceeds along Paseo de la Playa until Palos Verdes Boulevard before making a U-turn to run north along Paseo de la Playa and then exiting Torrance back into the city of Redondo Beach and then going through the city of Hermosa Beach. The proposed course plans would require a full street closure of Paseo de la Playa from 8 a.m. on October 24th, 2026 to 9 p.m. on October 24th, 2026. Approximately 250 residential units comprised of mixed apartments, condominiums, and single-family residentials on Paseo de la Playa will not have vehicular access to where they reside, and all street parking along Paseo de la Playa will not be accessible as well. Additionally, the Los Angeles County Torrance Beach parking lot will be temporarily unavailable during the street closure, and Miramar Park will be temporarily unavailable due to a possible activation zone from October 23rd, 2026 to October 24th, 2026. More details will be solidified as the event takes shape. Staff has reviewed the proposed course within Torrance and has compiled the following considerations. Nike has recently received approval from the city of Hermosa Beach and will be charging their typical permit fees contingent upon receiving a $50,000 community impact contribution, an additional $50,000 charitable contribution through Nike's charitable arm to Friends of the Park for youth sports and recreation, 100 tickets for Hermosa Beach residents and community members, and engagement with their chamber and local businesses for collaboration opportunities. Nike is still pending formal approval from the city of Redondo Beach. Since the submittal of the application, EKA and Nike representatives have met with the special events team, which includes staff from the city manager's office, Torrance Police Department, Torrance Fire Department, the Public Works Department, the Community Development Department, the Community Services Department, and the Finance Department. In this meeting, the following items were reviewed: community benefits, economic impact, outreach timeline, road closures needed for the race, the residents impacted by those road closures, event action plans, mitigation plans, and teardown plans, and necessary items are required for the approval of this event. During this time, I will invite Nike representatives to join me at the podium to go over these listed items with you all.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is John Jefferson. I work for Nike. This is Owen up here with me. He's with the race organization partner, and we have our race director, Michelle, joining us via Zoom. And we're here tonight to present the plan for the Nike After Dark Tour Los Angeles 13.1. It's a half marathon road race through the South Bay cities. Next slide, please. A lot of this will be redundant, so I'm just going to kind of breeze through it. After Dark Tour is a global race series held across 6 different countries. The tour is designed to empower women runners reclaiming the night as a space for community, strength, celebration, and sport. This year, we're looking to register 12,000 runners for this event. All ages are welcome. And last year, we had 43% first-time half marathoners, which is a number we were really excited about, and we're hoping to replicate that this year. And then finally, the Los Angeles stop is the pinnacle stop on the tour. It's the only stop in the US, which will make this a destination for runners, not only throughout the country, but probably globally. Next slide, please. We're trying to get after 3 things with the After Dark Tour. We want to inspire runners. We're going to do that through announcement and registration. The announcement and registration will happen in a couple weeks. We're hoping to get approval tonight so we can include Torrance in the announcement. Secondly, we want to build community. We know 12,000 women are going to sign up for this. We want to give them a place to train, come and train together, so that we will have a training journey starting in July, and that will be a 14-week training journey leading up to race day. And then finally, we want to celebrate these big goals with the women. Running a half marathon is a big goal for anyone. So we want to be there on race week. We're going to be there on race weekend with them, bringing energy We'll have an expo on 10/22 that will be bib pickup, and there'll be inspiration and motivation. Think athletes, coaches, getting these women ready for race day, and then obviously race day on the 24th. We're going to try and bring energy every mile and get all 12,000 of these women to the finish line. Next slide, please. All right, so why the South Bay? It's the California dream. It's idyllic beach towns with high community engagement, strong local sports culture with broad participation across youth, high school, and community clubs. The South Bay is a leader in healthy activity or active living and strong outdoor fitness community. Makes it a natural, a perfect fit to host an aspirational race like this. And then the South Bay has also demonstrated commitment to health and wellness community engagement and responsible event operations. Next slide, please. Nike's been building relationships in the South Bay for a long time. I've just kind of plucked a couple out of the air. In 2018, we visited the cross-country team at West Torrance on a BRS tour. Currently, we are working with North High School through our Students Run LA program. The Students Run LA program, if you don't know, they train high school runners for the Los Angeles Marathon. And then we're currently sponsoring, for the last couple of years, we sponsor the Redondo Invitational, which serves over 4,000 high school track and field athletes. Most, if not all, of the South Bay high schools would have gone to this and competed. And then most recently, this was a really fun one for us. We had the opportunity to celebrate the Redondo High School boys cross-country team. It was the first state championship in school history, and we surprised them at track practice with, oh, sorry, next slide. I was moving too fast. We surprised them. We had an Olympian, Rai Benjamin, show up, and he brought custom state championship jackets for the varsity scores on the cross-country team. Next slide, please. Okay, so Nike's mission is to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete. That includes the high school athlete. So we wanted to make sure the high school runner has access to the After Dark Tour. In 2025, we partnered with 12 high school girls cross-country teams, and we comped bibs for them to compete at the After Dark Tour. We also surprised them at practice and brought race day footwear, really giving them the VIP treatment when they showed up to the meet. And then this year, specifically in Torrance, we've identified, like I said earlier, North High School, and we would give out 16 bibs to girls at North High School. Next slide, please. Again, inspiring runners is one of our big pillars at Nike. So this was a nice note that we received from Redondo High School coach Bob Leach. I'm just going to read it. Thank you for such an amazing experience for our girls. Their confidence is sky high after this event, partially because of the fact that they finished an amazing half marathon, which is life-changing. But to also be included as a guest made them feel like they were special. Their confidence and self-belief is beyond where they ever imagined. Thank you for all you do for our kids and for the sport we love. And then from a community give back, we are pledged to give 100 bibs to Torrance residents. And then we, like I said, we are going to give the 16 race bibs to the North High School through our community partner at Students Run LA. And now I'm going to hand it over to Owen. He's going to walk us through the outreach timeline and race logistics.
Thank you, JJ. Could we cycle through, I believe, 2 slides, one more? Thank you. All good. So what brings us here today, we've already initiated, stakeholder communication with, the cities in designing the course and reviewing it preliminary up to this point. At this point in time, we have begun initial outreach to impacted businesses, although that is less of impact for the Torrance section of the course specifically, and partnering with the city's Chamber of Commerce's to work on identifying areas where we may need to conduct additional outreach. Looking ahead, in June is when we aim to have registration open and determine areas where special access is needed for parking. But really June through August is when a lot more of the details will be solidified as we then push forward next round of communication. September, October, as we're 30 days out from the event, is when more specific schedules will be coordinated and sent out to residents with the details on road closure and other event information. And then race week is when we will be going around putting up no parking signs, in addition to final reviews with all the agencies to make sure everything's locked in and ready to go for the event. Next slide, please. So currently now, it's also worth noting that we have briefed Supervisor Hahn's office. So if any residents reach out to her, they are aware of the matter. And then next steps, sharing confirmed details on the impact with stakeholders throughout the agencies is the next step once things are more baked in. As we'll talk about mitigation strategies specifically for this section within Torrance, that is when we will be sharing specifics on it with those impacted within the next phase here. Next slide, please. So we're talking about 1.6 miles of course in total, a part of the 13.1 journey that these women are going to take. So the 1.6 miles is what's going to be affecting and be a part of the community of Torrance here. Next slide, please. So the road closures will take place on Paseo de la Playa from the Redondo Torrance border up to the Palos Verdes Boulevard. So with that, the boulevard will not be affected specifically. The turnaround point will be just prior to the boulevard. If we could cycle to the next slide, please. So we have, with the road closures, a layout of what it looks like with all what homes we've identified within that area, because there's no businesses, it's just residential. Please cycle to the next slide. And then one more. Thank you. So the main thing to note with this is that the road closures will start around 4:35 p.m. in the afternoon, because it is just a smaller section of the, relative to the 13.1 distance of the course. Road closures will begin rolling at 4:35 for Paseo de la Playa. And then our first runner will be expected on that area of course around 5:15. Our final runner is expected to start leaving that area of the course around 6:41, and then final road reopening by 7:50. Now we'll talk about on a future slide, what that kind of looks like once the final runner goes through in terms of how we're picking up the course, making sure it's clean, and then once we can give it back to the residents of that neighborhood there. But from 4:35 to 7:50 is the time frame that we're looking at, that residents on that immediate course section would not have access to their vehicles in there. But we do have some mitigation strategies in place that we'll discuss in a second. Next slide, please. So our resident impact plan. So touching a little bit more on that in detail. All right, next slide. So these all highlighted in red are the residences and buildings that we've identified that will be directly impacted, that we will be encouraging to park on a neighboring street. And then we will be providing a golf cart transport for those that in the community that may want to be driven from their homes to their vehicles that have been parked on one of the cross-section streets that will allow them to get out. Next slide, please. So this is just a breakdown of, an estimate about, 3, addresses per building block on the Google Map layout that we've kind of identified. So we're looking at a total of 99 residences that would be affected, who would potentially need, the golf cart ride, or if they just wanted to walk nearby to one of the cross streets within that neighborhood. But mainly, it's the 99 that we've kind of come up with for potential residents impacted. But, as we do more research on it, we'll make sure that everybody's informed that is affected in that area. Next slide, please. So part of that mitigation strategy is the golf cart, and that we will provide more details as we get closer to the event, as how they can, from the community, how they can call to request that if they do want it. But we are, for the residents that are affected on that immediate section of the course, encouraging them to park on one of the neighboring cross streets where they will be able to get in and out of their neighborhood section there. One other thing to note is that we have been in contact with the county of LA about securing a permit for the Torrance beach parking lot there that will be affected. And emergency vehicles will have, right away on course, so that will not be an issue with ingress and egress for those. And as we get closer to the event, we will be sending out detailed digital and mailed notifications to all of the residents that are impacted here. And then next slide, please. And then course teardown. So one more slide, please. So that 7:51 time, that's including the 90 minutes that it will take from the final runner going through for us to then pick up aid stations, pick up trash, pick up restrooms, and any of the entertainment stations along the way. So that is baked in that time frame that we spoke about on the previous slide. The one thing to note is that because with the restrooms will take the longest to pick up, there is possibility, although we're not promising that at this time, that we may be able to begin rolling, a rolling opening sooner than that 7:51. But that 7:51 time is all encompassing for when we expect the road to be reopen. But these different units between the aid station pickup, trash removal, restroom pickup, and entertainment station breakdown will all commence once the final runner has passed through that section of the course. One more slide, please. And then activation zone, so I'm going to pass it back over to JJ.
One more slide, please. So this is an example of an energy zone that we had on course last year. The After Dark Tour, we really want to bring distinction from other road races. So bringing energy, DJs, lighting, branding. We're trying to find locations on the course to bring this type of energy every mile. Some of these locations can also serve as cheer zones as well. Next slide, please. The location we've identified so far as a potential energy zone on the course is Miramar Park. Runners would pass by that at the 2.6 mile mark, and since it's an out and back, they would hit it again at 4.2. Ideas, again, to elevate this zone would be DJ, branding, lighting, and then cheer zone, so inviting friends and family to come to Miramar Park and cheer on their runners. We would also have runner services, hydration, restrooms, and a medical station in this zone. Next slide, please. And then this is just a bird's eye view of potentially where that setup could be. Definitely keeping it off of the road so we can open the roads back up faster. Next slide, please. I believe that's it. And we are here for questions. Oh.
Sorry. The tables provided in the item are a conservative estimate of the city permits and public safety fees associated with this event. Final costs will be based on the actual usage, equipment counts, and final personnel assignments. As a result, the total estimated amount for permit fees is $1,675, with public safety fees estimating at $342 per hour. Other costs may include an activation from the Office of Emergency Services, Public Works staff, and possible use of equipment and special event permit support. Under the City Manager's Office Special Event Permit Fee Structure, a city location use fee is allowed for events of this nature. In consideration of the anticipated impacts that the proposed road closures may have on residents along the event route, as well as on community members who regularly visit Miramar Park and the surrounding area, staff is requesting direction from the City Council regarding the conceptual approval of the After Dark Tour LA 2026 special event, scheduled for Saturday, October 24th, and on direction of the utilization of city location fees to address community impacts and/or contributions to support city programs and projects. Staff is available for questions, and the Nike representatives are also available for questions as well.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, let's see if there's, well, you're the only public people in here, so I'm assuming you don't have any public comments. So I will go straight to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Question for you. I'm assuming the date was selected because it's close enough to the time change to actually make it a night race, since the time change doesn't occur until November 1st.
Yeah,
It'll be darkish.
yeah, the planning, it would start in the daytime, and we would hope the sun is setting on over the ocean as runners are running up and through the Torrance portion, so they're getting that amazing ocean view.
Oh, how fun is that going to be? Probably a beautiful sunset as well. And then I know you paired up with an organization in LA to identify North. Will there be some opportunities for the other high schoolers that have girls cross country teams to join in? We have several. We have South, Torrance High, Bishop Montgomery, West.
I think that's something we can take back to the team and discuss if we can find extra bibs, yes.
Okay. And then the 100 bibs that would be reserved for Torrance residents, any, how would that work out? How would that distribution work out? Is it for the people the first 100 runners from Torrance to sign up? And then how do we verify?
I think we'd look to work with you all on how to identify those residents and distribute those bibs.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Are we doing this, Bridget?
Who would that be? I will be there watching the sunset and cheering everybody on.
I thought you were going to challenge me. That's why you clicked in. Do the residents know yet? They don't know anything about it because
I don't believe we've started outreach to residents yet.
And how will you close all the streets? I'm curious. We're used to using big, heavy-duty street closure stuff.
Yeah, we would work with the traffic company and the traffic agency probably for these street closures, I would guess on the side streets that coming on to Paseo de la Playa would be like metal barricades that could be picked up and moved relatively quickly, but still substantial enough that cars wouldn't drive through them.
I see. Well, I'm very excited about this. Thank you.
In addition to that, in the meetings that we had prior with EKA and Nike, we had discussed notifying the residents and them providing a survey, just so they have that notification in advance and we can better understand community feedback in the impacted area, as well as it's a requirement for special events that the surrounding area of the event is given 72-hour notice as well. So that's with different types of signages throughout the impacted area. And then in terms of the barriers specifically, I think with prior conversations with Nike, they're interested in using their own company. Typically with lane closures, it's usually our public works department that tends to be in charge of that within events in the downtown area. With that typically involves the engineers and PW providing a traffic plan. That traffic plan is then given to PD and fire, and then PW then puts in those signages 72 hours in advance to let businesses, residents, and the surrounding community also know that that specific area is going to be closed. And then the day of the event, PW goes in and puts in those barriers. If it were to be the Nike company providing those barriers, it would just be PW approving the traffic plan from the event coordinator from that specific company. And then they would then approve it. It'd be, again, put out for fire and police knowledge. And then the day of the event, a inspector will have to go to that event area and ensure that all of the items on that traffic plan are properly placed.
And the costs for public works and police is bared by who?
Typically, that's on the city for public works specifically.
If I could chime in, Craig Belazarian from Public Works. So when Gabriella outreached to me, it was my recommendation that we actually have the applicant provide all the traffic control and all the costs associated with that under the supervision, so to speak, of the city departments that are impacted, which would be police department, public works, city manager's office. So in this particular case, because we have experience with multiple events, Rock Around the Block, we have the downtown excursion events, we have the Armed Forces Day Parade, where multiple departments have been working together to elevate the perimeter protection. So as part of my answer, I would be making Nike aware, the event applicants aware, that there would be a specific standard for perimeter protection for the roadways. That would be, and when the gentleman said metal barricades, I'm not sure if that's a meridian type of barrier that we would use for the parade, most likely not. But this answer is conveying that level of quality device. So we can convey that through Gabriella back to the applicant to make sure they understand that the level of standard of protection we've had to elevate to is much different than years ago. And I don't know if Chief Dunn wanted to add anything, but I think we're on the same page.
And one final question for me.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one thing. So as part of the plan review, there would be a plan submitted to the city. It'd be reviewed by multiple departments. It would probably be a permit issued for it. There may be some permit fees, application fees, and then the inspection of the devices when they're installed would fall on my department and probably some on Michelle's department as a team effort. And that cost would be part of the application fees and the permit fees.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Just to add some additional clarification, as Ms. Mike indicated, the cost at times is borne by internal absorption, but that's typically for city programmed events. As this is a private event, the city's expectation would be that Nike would be responsible for those costs.
Okay. And then security-wise, that's?
As a part of the special event application process, the departments will all impose their conditions, including any necessary requirements for security or the provision of uniformed police officers, if that's deemed necessary, and those costs would be also borne by Nike.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just I think I just did a half marathon 2 weeks ago, so I think, you know, if you guys done this before, the typical road barriers or closures, I don't think it's a meridian type. Sometimes in a very small street, I know that that particular street, some of it you don't even need some physical barrier, just one person standing at a cul-de-sac is good enough. But it's over there on the where you get to Plaza. When you get to PV Boulevard, you just need to make sure you have one of those wooden things that crossbar. Usually things, you guys done it before, so you guys know how to do that. Where's the starting line?
The starting line will be in Redondo, King Harbor on North Harbor Drive is how we currently have it mapped.
Okay, and then you start out and you actually go south into Torrance, and then you do the hairpin turn, and then the finish line is roughly?
Back on North Harbor Drive is how we
Okay, but you have to
currently
go
it.
past Harbor Drive and come back, because
We would-
you need to get 13.1 miles. That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, we would wrap around the decommissioned power plant down Horondo into Hermosa and then come back on the other side of North Harbor.
That is 13.1 miles? Okay.
We hope so.
You said the decommission one, that's, maybe I'm looking the wrong place. Decommission one is the border of Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach. It's where 190th ends, right? Okay.
Yeah, and then we would enter into Hermosa from Horondo Street going north.
Yeah. How did, and I know Councilman Tucci is about to ask, how did Hermosa Beach come up with a $50,000 impact fee? That's one. Do you guys know, or I'm just looking at
I'm not aware of how they came up with that number.
Gabriella, do you know? I mean, it looks like there's a $50,000 community impact contribution and additional $50,000 charitable contribution.
So that $50,000 contribution was determined by City Council specifically. In terms of what associated fees are with that 50K, I'm not too sure on that specific item.
Is it a good assumption that it's 50-50 as 100K, and then Nike, who is putting up all the additional costs that we're talking about, traffic closure and traffic patrol?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so It costs a lot more to run in Hermosa Beach, looks like.
Yeah.
I'll pause for now. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. That sounds like a wonderful idea. For full disclosure, I probably get tired driving 13 miles, let alone running it. Obviously, safety is a big issue. In the last couple years, we've adopted putting those. What is it, Meridian? It's called Meridian. They're kind of like an L-shaped roadblock thing, to where I feel pretty safe with something along those lines being installed. The last thing we want is some nut job getting on the parade route with their vehicle, whether it's by accident or on purpose, So I'd like to hopefully see some measures taken for that. Knowing where the starting line and the finish line is, I would imagine most of the blunt of the parking necessity is there, right? Most people are going to drive to King Harbor. Is there enough parking? I mean, 12,000 people, I would imagine at least 3,000, 4,000 cars. I mean, I don't know is there a park and ride situation or?
Yeah, we're encouraging rideshare because we know it's going to be a lot of parking to fill up down there. And then two, we will have some off-site parking lots that we are looking for right now and then have shuttles down into King Harbor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like a park and ride thing. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I doubt the neighbors are all going to be happy about it, but I mean, events like this happen in a lot of different cities, and they're just temporary. They're fun. There are a lot of great memories for a lot of great, a lot of people. So, no, I definitely support this. I just want to make sure that the safety aspect is in place, and because I think I remember a few years back there was somebody had applied for a race up in the Hollywood Riviera, and I know that became a big issue. I just don't want that to be. Yeah, Fran has. I think we learned a lot from that. So if you can give us a little bit of background on what not to do.
Yes, I was going to say we had a triathlon a few years back. And luckily, I think with the Nike group and their event coordinators, they're a lot more on it. We get a good feeling about that. Yeah. And I think also because this is a run, as was mentioned, it's kind of a pass-through, goes through a portion of our city and then loops back around. Mm-hmm. One of the things, too, on the barricades, I know typically for any special event we do in the city, we do require hard barricades for like the major thoroughfares, so that might be something that we would work out together. And then the other thing was that I wanted to mention as far as the fees, and I think Gabriella touched on it, we do have something in our fee schedule that allows for a fee to be determined for use of public facilities such as the streets. So that's something for council to consider as well, if you wanted to direct staff to look at that. The rate, looking at what other cities charge for that kind of thing, it runs the gamut from $135 an hour to $1 million in Pasadena for the Rose Bowl parade. So, just thinking about something that makes sense for potentially for inconvenience for the residents, although, Nike's already looked at accommodations for that to make it as convenient as possible for people to get to and from their homes. So that's just something that we wanted to ask. One, for council's approval conceptually for the event to proceed, and then also if there are other fees in addition to the regular permit fees that you would want us to look at.
So I've never seen one of your races, and quite honestly, I can't even remember the last time I actually saw a race go by, but I would imagine there's spectators along the route. So my, concern that I think could be easily solved by doing resident-only parking permits, temporary parking permits, is that along the route, people from outside coming in, flooding those side streets where people need to park their vehicles in order to have access to their vehicles. Is there a way that we can do on all those streets along Paseo de la Playa? I would say the other streets, not along Paseo de la Playa, but to do like temporary resident-only parking by permit, so that we don't get flooded with people that are watching the race, or looking for parking in that area. Because parking, it's fine, but if you go like on a really nice beach day, all those streets get filled up to begin with. So I could only imagine what this could bring. So is that something that we can consider? Like
Yeah, of
temporary
course.
parking?
We can definitely look into that, and working with the residents who have needs and know they want to get out of their parking lot or their driveway during the shutdown hours. We can definitely work to put signs up and share that information with residents on our outreach plan.
Okay. And you said emergency vehicles will have access to.
Yeah, we'll have an emergency vehicle access plan for in the case of emergency, for sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. Very excited. Wonderful, wonderful event. I think we're going to have a lot of participation. Are you considering some kind of shuttle bringing people from different locations to the race so you don't get cluttered?
Yes, for sure. We're working with our agency partner to identify lots in Redondo and other cities where we could do a lot rental or buyout and then have shuttles, so we're not congesting the King Harbor or overwhelming it. We are in the process of doing that.
Great. So when are you going to start outreach to the neighbors and everybody knows when it's coming and the impact? Do you have any date? When are you going to start outreach?
June.
Do we have a date for that outreach?
Said-
Not for residents yet, but outreach for businesses has already started in the other area.
Residents will be soon in Torrance. We, like Owen said, we've been doing outreach to impacted businesses in Redondo and Hermosa, and then once approval, we'll immediately start the notices to residents that will be impacted.
Yeah, I think absolutely might want to use our resources, and we probably can help Mr. Belisario anywhere we can assist, letting the residents know the event is coming so they're prepared for anything.
I think Councilman Craig Belisario, we would work with the team that Gabriella and Fran are part of to advice on how to outreach to the residents, maybe as HOAs and things of that nature. Whatever the normal protocol is that the CM office is directing, we would assist with that.
Do we know how many residents will be impacted?
It's on the table.
For the specific number of residents, there's not been one identified, but in terms of the units, it is 250 residential units, and this is also comprised of mixed residential units, apartments, condominiums.
In the city of
housing.
Torrance?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, within that specific Paseo de la Playa street.
That path. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And how many golf carts are we providing? I think we have enough.
If you look at the map, a lot of them are there's like maybe 9 houses between the two side streets where we would ask residents to park if they needed to get out during the road closure. So probably a couple. I mean, we're not expecting that everyone's going to want to leave or couldn't just walk the few blocks to where their car is parked, but we would have golf carts available for residents that reach out and need golf cart assistance to get to the next block to where their car would be parked.
I mean, the last thing we want to hear is the nuisance from the public that they didn't like the way it was administered, and I think that should be very mindful. Obviously, the main concern is public safety. After that, we might want to have a probably extra communication to make sure everyone is aware of that and make sure we have enough golf carts or whatever is available for the residents to we don't block them or in an area, and hopefully work with them so they have enough resources to commute or wherever they want to go.
Yeah, we will do the proper outreach, and then we will set up an email so they can correspond directly with us, and we can gather any needs that they may have during that 4-hour road closure.
Your Honor, and Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. I think it'd be helpful for staff, just to clarify, we can't have this event can't take place if these residences are not impacted. There will be closures at least during the time of the activation. So what staff's intent for bringing this item before you is, does the council feel comfortable proceeding? And if so, would you have an expectation for Nike to contribute beyond our base fees in consideration for any impact that residents may be experiencing in the area? And hopefully it can go towards a funding effort that may benefit the area.
I mean, that's exactly my point is that, yes, we'd love to have this event, but we don't want to have the residents complaining, and we don't have that even going forward. So anything we can do and share the expenses, the cost, so everyone is on the same page to understand what is expected and how we can make a successful event so you can do it annual basis. And that's what my recommendation would be, to work with us and anything we can do to have community involved and everybody understands an expectation and don't get all of a sudden surprised, or we don't want that even comes back. I'm very excited to this event, hopefully work together and make it a successful event.
Yeah, we don't want any residents surprised that 12,000 runners are coming down their street.
Exactly. 12,000 plus. I know. Yeah, it's a lot of runners. Yeah, you don't want to have anything. So that's my recommendation. But I think we should definitely work with you guys and make it a successful event. And anything we can support, I'll support. Thanks.
Danny, are you? I heard what you're thinking, that because I know that closing down Plaza de la Playa is those residents are definitely locked in. I know that road. Are you guys looking at to see if I know that the county parking lot, you mentioned that in your presentation, but if we ask the county if the residents could park there free, that doesn't really help, because if they want to get in and out, they have to cross the runners, right? That's a problem, because
That's correct, yes.
yeah, because that area there's not that much parking, because all the beachgoers take all the parking on the streets. So if we ask the residents who's locked in, they really don't have much choice. They're fighting with beachgoers.
We have additional, we can provide additional guidance for Nike in terms of alternative parking options. We're in communication with TUSD event coordinators, so a possible option could be South High or even Calimere for parking availability for those residents, if anything.
And the other thing I think I caught, I heard what Danny was saying as well, as I look at the package, is that perhaps we should consider some kind of a community impact fee. I just don't know what the number is, what makes sense based on, per mile or, residents or, Miramar Park improvement. Probably need some help with some ideas. I think that would probably, I don't know, staff is ready with some ideas already.
Mayor, I think Hermosa Beach kind of set the standard.
I know that, but I just want to make sure. That's why I asked where the starting line is. It depends how many mileage is impacted and how much business is impacted. Because I think I even though we're discussing the impact fee, but I think I want to be as reasonable as we can.
Yeah.
Because if Hermosa Beach, if the path is it along are you guys running it along the Strand or on the street?
We're down Hermosa Ave and then back on the Strand.
Yeah, so Hermosa Avenue, so potentially there's more businesses impacted on Hermosa Avenue. Here, more impacted is residents. So I'm just trying to think of something that's reasonable along the lines too. Danny, you have some ideas?
Thank you, Mayor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. So again, if this is an event that the City Council would like to entertain proceeding with, staff would be seeking your direction whether you would look to have something comparable to what the City of Hermosa Beach has settled on, or if your expectation is different, we would appreciate understanding that. So that way staff can engage with Nike and hopefully come to a resolution, finalize the matter, and be able to proceed accordingly.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking. I don't know what my colleagues thinks, but my colleagues already know that I love this event. I'm just making sure that we take care of the impact of the community. That we don't necessarily have to have a number tonight, right? Okay.
That's correct, Mayor.
All right. Let me look at my notes quickly. So that's where I was asking, because I think, running on Hermosa Avenue, you impact the businesses there. I could see some of that issue. Here's the residents, but the resident kind of gets locked in, that plaza. I know that street well.
Mayor, if I may ask a question?
Oh, yes. Go ahead. I'll finish later.
Is Nike making a recommendation on what they think would be fair?
We don't have a number or recommendation.
Hi, I work with JJ at Nike on the running brand team. No recommendation, but I do just want to note that the impact in Hermosa is substantial. There's twice the distance. There's lots of businesses impacted. There's lots of residents impacted. There are residents locked in there as well. So as you all consider, I just wanted to note that.
Yes, that's why I said that. I realized. That's why I was looking where the starting line is and where the path is. I just wanted to do something that's reasonable, not, of course. You finished, Councilman Gerson? Yeah, and I just want to look. Yeah, I think trying to work out an ingress-egress for the residents that's sort of locked in is an area probably need to put a few brain cells on. I think that's probably a definite impact on that one. In terms of runners, I think it's kind of like a turkey trot, right?
Michelle is also asking to speak via Zoom if you'd like to prompt her now.
Was there something?
Be heard now?
Yes.
Oh, someone wants to talk on the Zoom. Got it.
Hi there. My name is Michelle, and I'm the race director for this event. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I have a cold, and I didn't want to to bring that down. But I just wanted to weigh in on a few of the things that I am hearing. I wanted to confirm what Brittany just said, which is that Hermosa, is a 3-mile section, lots of business impact, and definitely more residents than will be impacted in Torrance, and lots of them actually blocked in with no way to get out. And so we do have a kind of a golf cart mitigation plan for them as well. Also on the traffic plan and traffic control discussion that has been occurring, we will, absolutely have a traffic plan. And I would say that it's customary for an event of this size to hire out their own kind of course traffic plan and people to deploy the traffic equipment that is needed to close down the roads for an event like this. But that being said, that cost will go to Nike directly. That doesn't hit your city. That is totally covered by what we need to operate the event. But that being said, we will certainly comply with any of the rules and regulations coming from any of the cities that we're working with in terms of what exact kind of barricade is needed to close the road, whether that's a metal barricade, whether that's an A-frame, a type 2, a type 3, or a meridian barricade, or a meridian barrier, which I know is becoming more popular, in certain places on courses where there is a large amount of people and the ability for a vehicle to come in at high speed. So, happy to comply with any of what is needed for closing the streets and keeping the participants and the residents safe as well.
Okay. One more question. This goes to staff. Since it's an evening, I know this is a Saturday evening run. I guess you picked that intentionally as opposed to I guess it's an evening run. I was going to say usually runs are on Sunday mornings. Is there concern about on sounds? Every mile there's a sound, so I think there's the cheering station, or you call it the energy stations. I assume that's giving us an energy boost. So no concern about the sound. Right?
So Mayor Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, my understanding of the time is it's in the late afternoon, early evening, ending by 8 o'clock, at least in terms when the runners go by on the outbound. We would need to have additional details as to when the zone that's identified potentially at Miramar Park would be shut off. But those are all issues that could be worked through with staff.
Yeah. Okay. I think got my questions down. I would ask staff to see if, whatever the impact fee might be, you guys work that out with Nike as you guys plan it out. Safety-wise, I think me personally, a simple A-frame, a piece of wood does it, but you guys know how to do this.
Your Honor, my apologies. One additional item, if I could, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If the council feels comfortable with it being within the city manager's authority, we could handle this at the staff level through the special event permit process.
I feel comfortable.
If that is your
motion,
motion,
city manager's level.
If the council will be proceeding with a motion to approve the concept and delegate the permit process to staff, as well as the monetary compensation. If you could just include delegating that to the city manager for the compensation element.
So moved.
Yeah. Just so you know, I think I would say, I'm looking at my colleagues on the council, we want this to be a successful event, a fun event, and I think we're just trying to make sure we do it right. Okay, I think Councilman Tucci?
So moved. Danny?
So moved on everything that Assistant City Manager just said?
Yeah. Just give you the authority and trying to come up with a fair, fair. It doesn't have to be what most is doing, but just a fair compensation, yeah.
Second.
And, also keep safety as a top priority, as always.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, bring it home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You might have someone who's going to crash your event. No. No crashing. No crashing. I'll just have to ask them for a bib. That's all. Yeah. Okay. I think we're down to the end here. All right. Thank you, Nike, for staying late. It's only 1 a.m. in the morning. Moving on to oral communications number 2, since there's no one in the audience, I'm just going to go with the City Council oral communications number 2. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to acknowledge the tragedy that occurred in San Diego over the weekend. It's one of 7 houses of worship that have experienced a shooting this year. Places of worship should always be places of peace, reflection, and safety, and never fear of violence. And our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families that were impacted by this latest shooting. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Matucci.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. The first comment I want to make is to Director Ramirez. Something that I didn't say earlier that I'd like you to consider including to the HCD that I thought about but I didn't mention. Councilmember Kalani asked the proponent the length of the exit path, and the proponent was unable to answer the question. He could not recall. And that was a part of my thinking on the lack of safety and his presentation at the appeal. And I think that's important. Thank you. All our Public Works Director, Craig Pilazarian. Thank you. Over your time, you've gotten to boast that you've maintained the cheapest waste management cost for us in the region, the cheapest water cost for us in the region, except for those of you who live in West Torrance. Sorry, Cal water sucks. But Torrance water is awesome, and it tastes better, and it's cheaper, and I love drinking it right out of the faucet. And so thank you for all of the work that you've been doing, and I wanted to just publicly thank you. I'm gonna leave it there and just say good morning.
Okay. Councilman Kaji.
See ya.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Craig. Right after I was elected for the first time in 2020, we worked on Sepulveda Avenue together. That was awesome. I appreciate you so much. You're a mentor, you're a friend. I'm going to miss you. And I wanted to just thank everyone for an amazing Armed Forces Day parade. That was a lot of work, and you guys pulled it off. It was amazing, Chief. Thank you. Good night.
All right. I think I echo the sentiment. Appreciate Craig for your many years of service in the city of Torrance, and wish you a good second half, next chapter of your life, that you'll continue to do great things. And I too echo the appreciation of the entire city for this past weekend's Armed Forces Day parade, led by the Torrance Police Department. You guys were just superb. Under circumstances, I think we did a superb weekend. I could tell that the response from the residents were very grateful. They really appreciate it. So thank you very much. And tonight was I know that getting yelled at by on the workshop. I think I just want to say, city staff, the way the furniture is positioned is just the way it is. Some people just don't understand, but you guys are okay. We're not intentionally trying to be disrespectful to the community. Maybe someday in the future, when we redesign the council chamber, we'll think about how to lay out the council and city staff.
They're supposed to be talking to us.
Understand, but I don't believe they were in the. We're in the listening mode tonight in that section, because I think there's a lot of things that we want to do. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I will, with 7 hours to get to work. I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, June 9, 2026 at 5 p.m. for closed session, with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber. Tuesday, May 26th and Tuesday, June 2nd are City Council dark nights.
In recognition of Koyoko Oda. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you. 1:09 a.m.